Thank you.
Hello, hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to our final day of host week. Oh, I can't even get it straight first thing in the morning. Final day of host week 2026. Very, very bittersweet for sure. I am very excited to introduce to you your final coffee spot speaker of the week. We have Robert here from Incentive Connection Travel, who, if you tuned in on Wednesday, you would have seen Robert speaking during our host interviews. If you tuned in last year, you would have had the pleasure of him closing out the coffee spots in 2025 as well. If you've been here all week, you have definitely heard me mention the support and love that we get from Incentive Connection Travel, and they're always a weekly sponsor, and we thank them and love them so much for it. If you did miss this or any other session this week, please make your way over to our YouTube page and our Host Week playlist to access all the recordings so that you can rewatch. As a reminder, we will be doing a fun giveaway at every coffee spot session. So we have 10 gift cards courtesy of the coffee spot sponsor, which of course today is Incentive Connection Travel, for those that are in attendance and those that have entered to win. If you have registered, you are entered to win, so do not worry. If not, we're going to put the QR code up at the end of the session. I'm going to announce yesterday's winners, and today's winners, you will get an email from me with your coffee cards. So thank you so much for being here. And without further ado, I am going to get off your screen and I am going to hand it over to Robert for the final coffee spot of the week.
Well, thank you very much, Shayna. I appreciate it. For everybody who's watching right now, I understand that there is lots of choice out there. And every host agency that you've been interviewing with, or not interviewing with, but interviewing, they all have their own personalities, and not every host agency is right for every agent. We all understand that, but there's enough to go around that, we're all friendly competitors. Anyways, so to get started, let's see if my slide will work. Okay, don't really need the table of contents. So basically, a little bit of history about Incentive Connection Travel. So we started in 1992. I was going for my MBA, and my father came to me and said, and suggested a model for another type of host agency, which would be, or a travel agency, which of course is a host agency, would be to have an agency that has a family feel, where we offer the tools that an agent needs to run a business and create an atmosphere that is more like a family feel. So our mission is to create a memorable travel experience by providing outstanding and personalized service, treating our agents and clients with the nurturing familial feel. We ensure a supportive and interactive environment. And I feel like we've hit all the points on this mission statement. We do have a family feel to our agency. If you read through our reviews at Host Agency Reviews, you'll see that the agents who are with us really enjoy our participation with them. We want to be able to earn a living without charging and nickel and diming our agents to death. So you will find that when you join us, we have the one-time startup fee of $195, and you will have everything you need to run a business. This has always been owned by the Simon and Butler families. But a little bit of history before that even. My parents owned travel agencies here in Phoenix since 1979. In the old days, or I prefer to call them the caveman days, we had a GDS, and for those of you who are returning into the industry, you may remember Eastern Airlines and their system called System 1. When I was young, I used to hang out at the travel agency after school, and I used to play on System 1, where I actually learned how to pull up schedules and book flights. Now, in those days also, you pulled up the schedules, and then you called the airline to book the flights, and then you had to handwrite the airline tickets. After that, the accounting on it was so tedious. I remember my manager, or the manager of my parents' agency, filling out every ticket onto a huge, huge spreadsheet, where then you had to send the spreadsheet to the what was an ATC at the time, the Air Traffic Controllers Conference. And then you either sent a payment with it if you owed them money, or they would send you a commission after the fact, if there were credit card charges. Well, since then, obviously, we're a little bit more fine-tuned. Most everything we do is electronic, so you don't have to worry about all the tediousness of selling an airline ticket. We are available 7 days a week, Monday through Friday at the office from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Arizona time. We do answer our emails for urgent matters, after hours, holidays, weekends, and even while we're on vacation. Travel does not stop because I'm gone. Travel is not going to stop because you're gone. Your clients still need to be serviced. We need to be around if anything arises that need our attention. As far as the host agency goes, we do have a number of accolades based on the volume that we give to our suppliers. With Travel Leaders, which is our consortium, we are in the President's Circle, which is their high-level agencies. Delta Vacations, we're Diamond. And we're Emerald Elite with ALG Vacations. We are either at the top or mostly at the top with most of the suppliers that you're going to want to sell. How we differ from our competitors. So there's a one-time a yearly $195 fee that you would pay when you sign on with us. There are no monthly fees unless you sign up for one of our services that has a monthly fee, and you certainly can run a business without these extra expenses. We don't have it. Let's see. We do offer commission increases as your volume builds, and we don't charge you to have those increases. We do have a hands-off approach to hosting, which means you are an independent contractor. This is your business. You run your business as you feel is suited. We were not going to step in to tell you how to do things unless there are legalities involved in it. We're not going to tell you what to do unless you come to us and ask us for our suggestions, help, and we have lots and lots of opportunities for that to happen. We allow you to book any supplier you want, not just our preferred suppliers. We do, like I said, we do have 7-day-a-week service. And when you contact the agency for service, you're going to be talking to an owner, either myself or my sisters. The only time that you probably won't be talking to an owner is if you have Sabre and you have, there's questions about ARC, which is the Airline Reporting Corporation. As far as the GDS goes, we do offer Sabre to our experienced agents. And we do offer Snap for the agents who are more into the GUI interface sort of booking engines like Expedia or Orbis, things like that. It's easy to use. It is a Travel Leaders product. Sorry about that. Okay, Shayna, any questions yet? Okay.
No, not yet, but we just made a call for them. So everybody in the comments, grab your keyboards, send in some questions, because I'm going to come and gently interrupt Robert throughout with your questions. So please send them into Abby and we'll make sure that we grab them. But yes, I'll come back, Robert. Don't worry.
No problem. Oh, one other thing I want to mention about calling in or contacting somebody at my office for service. Maybe you don't like me, but you like my sister Karen. You're welcome to always talk to her if she is your favorite. I would like to be your favorite, but I know that's not realistic. Shayna, stop laughing at me. Okay, here's a few comments that some of our agents have made over the years. And of course, like I said, yeah, at Host Agency Reviews, you can read more of the comments that my agents have left for us. Um, okay, so what do we offer as far as our technology goes? So we do offer you a CRM called Test. We just moved to Test. Love the product. The reporting is fantastic. You can send reminders to your clients for their bookings. You can send them birthday and anniversary announcements. You can there's so much you can do on it. I'm surprised we didn't change sooner, but we're completely thrilled with Test. Snap, which is the Traveler's product that has the GUI interface for you to sell air, hotel, and car, is available to you once you join us and once you join the agent universe. With Snap, Travel Leaders has up to 70 international airline contracts for commission that you can tap into. You can also book hotels and car rentals through that system as well. They also have a booking system called Cruise Complete. And we do offer all the cruise line booking engines separately if you like, but Cruise Complete is a little bit unique because you can give your clients quotes and compare up to 4 different cruise lines to help your clients make a decision on what they would like to book. We do also offer all of the booking engines for the various tour suppliers that you would like to use. We do belong to the Travel Leaders Hotel and Cruise Amenities programs. This gives you the opportunity to look like a champ by offering your clients amenities when they book certain hotels. Every hotel offers something different. The hotels can offer things like hotel credit. They can do transfers to and from the airport. Sometimes they include city tours. Sometimes there's pillow gifts involved. And pillow gift is something like having strawberries sent to the room or chocolates, depending on what the hotel would like to offer. They could also be upgrades. The cruise amenity program that we belong to, which is also part of the Travel Leaders, you offer an extra onboard credit for your clients, in addition to whatever the current special happens to be. Sometimes it could also include an upgrade for your clients' cabins. Sometimes it does include a city tour of some sort while on the cruise. There's lots involved with the cruise lines and the hotel amenity programs, and they're all available for you to book into. Now, some of you might be completely into social media, which is fine. We offer different programs that you can use to enhance your social media appearance. For instance, Travel Minds. You can go into their system, and this is free for everybody to use. We pay the fee for everybody. They offer images you can use, ways of posting. If you're unsure how to do a social media posting, you can use their subscription service to have them create posts for you to submit. Now, Travel Leaders also has a social media posting system that you're welcome to take advantage of. It is free for everybody within ICT. So they will also create posts for you to put into your social media advertising to advertise to your clients. They use all the different social media platforms. Shana, you look like you might have a question.
Yeah, I was going to say, may I gently interrupt? I realized I was still muted because that's
yes,
what
you may.
I have a few questions that actually really line up with the slide from the audience.
Okay.
So the first one is there's 2 questions around tests. So
Okay.
The first question is, what were you using before tests?
We were using Client Ease.
Okay.
It filled its services for us, but we outgrew what it was able to offer to us.
Okay, great, because that was part of one of the questions, and then it was why the change, and is that because you outgrew it? Was there something you saw in tests that you were like, this is why we want this for our advisors?
I'm always keeping an eye out for better technology, and yes, when I saw what Test was able to offer, I thought we needed to make an immediate change, and we did. As a matter of fact, I was researching what other systems were offering, and I probably looked at 6 or 7 systems,
Okay.
and loved it. As a matter of fact, we became friends with another host agency owner who also had tests.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked to their agents because, talking to one person is good, but if you talk to a few people, that kind of solidifies the decision. And the agents also loved the program. So we're like, okay, it's a no-brainer. We need to go here.
I love hearing that. And this isn't surprising at all, but I love hearing that another host agency, said, hey, talk to our advisors, understand from them why we like working with tests and everything like that. And so, I mean, the community of not just within your host, but with other hosts, I love as well. So
So, everybody needs to understand, yes, we all compete.
Yeah.
We all compete on different levels.
Mm-hmm.
But we're all friendly competitors. And as agents, you also will be competing with each other to some degree,
Mm-hmm.
but you would also become friendly competitors.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, the questions are rolling in. So another one about tests before I get to the questions, not about tests. Someone said said that I heard tests was difficult to use. Do you offer training on the program?
Yes, we do offer training. So they do have their own CAN training available, which is great. I've also asked them to do training for us personally. And I am actually right now creating the website with all the trainings that we have done with them so that you can all review them.
Yeah, no, that's wonderful. And Barbara, I know you're the one who submitted the question, which we love. Any CRM is going to be difficult to use until you learn how to use it. I mean, I've been using
Yes.
HubSpot for many, many years, and I still go to trainings when they're hosting them throughout the year. I just went to one last week about a specific topic, but they're always, you're kind of always learning because they're always evolving, they're always developing. So don't get overwhelmed. CRMs have so many bells and whistles. So they're always going to be a little bit difficult when you're starting to learn, but once you get into the flow of using it the way that is supporting you, you'll figure it all out for sure.
Definitely. And just to have some clarity into what happened during our transition, transition is never easy.
Yeah.
Especially when you've been using a system like Clientease for many, many years. And I was able to use tests without even taking the training. It's really that easy. It is intuitive to some degree, although
Great.
Understanding the different spots on it will take some training. But I was able to do it, not a problem at all.
Oh, that's great to hear. I find until you learn the language of the CRM, sometimes they're not intuitive. So that's really great to hear.
Yes.
Okay, so we got a comment. We love you, Robert. So I'm just gonna, little short interruption there. And then I have one more question, and then I'm going to hand it back to you. And when we have more, I'll come back. But
okay, great.
I have one that says, Robert, do you have a payback program for training with TI or a discount for them? How about CLIA training?
Well, actually, yes. So I actually have that later on in my presentation, but we do have so the Travel Institute, TI. I assume this is the acronym we're referring to. Mm-hmm. They charge $199 for, I think it's called their Platinum package. Travel Leaders actually does offer the same package for, I think it's $169. Mm-hmm. We're offering it for $99.
Oh.
So if that is so, nice. And we're able to do that because ICT is buying into part of that.
Wow.
And the Travel Institute also.
Wonderful.
Has given us a little bit of a discount on it. So we want to make it accessible to everybody and make the price as low as possible.
That's so wonderful. And then what about the CLIA training? Anything there? But I mean, what you do for the Travel Institute training, that's beautiful. And I love the relationship that you have with them. It's one of I think for everyone listening here, it's one of the things when you think about being a member of a host agency, the relationships that the host has with the Travel Institute, with other organizations, as well as to fully benefit all of you. So I think that that's wonderful. And then, yeah, they were also asking about CLIA.
As part of the CLIA training, no, we don't have anything with them yet, but maybe down the road. It's honestly, I was thrilled to be able to do the Travel Institute for everybody. They are the gold standard in travel agent training. So, keep that in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I'm gonna head off, and you keep going. I'll come back on and gently interrupt you later on.
Okay, great. Thank you, Shana.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so also we do. Travel Leaders does offer a lead generating program. And what they do is they do have a public site where you would put out a profile, and the public would go to that site to look for a travel agent, and whatever profile they see that they feel like would be best for them, they would contact the agent directly. So yes, there is a lead generating program available to you, and it is free of charge. Travel Leaders does also offer, even though you can get some of these programs also through our suppliers directly, but they do offer marketing, email and mail marketing. Now, the email marketing is free for everybody at ICT. It will be tailored to your agency information. The mail marketing, because it is mail and has to be mailed off, does have a small fee to it, but it is in line with something that is it's beautiful to see, and it is really inexpensive. So take advantage of one, take advantage of both, take advantage of none of them. As an IC, we cannot require you to take any training. No host agency can. And we cannot require you to take part in any of these programs. But these are our suggestions and recommendations for running your business. So, of course, what's important to everybody is getting paid. Let me see if I can, now that I'm behind in my papers here. Okay, so we do pay a 70 to 90% commission split on all of your bookings that is commissionable. Everybody starts 70%, and that does include on our overrides. When you give us $250,000 in commissionable sales, we'll move you up to 75%. At $400,000, we'll move you up to 80%. At $650,000, we'll move you up to 85%. And at $1 million in sales, we'll move you up to 90%. And these increases just come without a fee. We do not charge you for the extra business because we appreciate what you do for us. When we want to scratch your back as well as you want to scratch our backs. And by scratching our backs, I mean bringing in more business for ICT, making us stronger. And the other thing that I also want to mention is that we are a medium-sized host agency. We only have about 350 agents throughout our network. Medium does not mean no clout. Medium just means medium. We are small enough to know your names, but we're big enough to play with the mega agencies. So please keep that in mind as you're looking for a host agency. Maybe a mega agency is more what you want and need, but maybe the smaller family feel is what you need as well. Any questions regarding this, Shana?
Yes. Thank you, Juan. So 2 questions. One is actually a question from me. So you were talking about commission splits.
You want to join us?
Sure. And I spent a lot of my career on the other side as a supplier, negotiating contracts. And you mentioned overrides. And I don't think that overrides is something that our audience knows too much about.
Okay, so let me go to the next slide then.
Yeah. Oh, is it on the next slide?
I do have it on the next slide.
Fantastic. Yeah. So I would love for you to explain to them what overrides are, because you mentioned that part of it. So yeah.
Okay, so the average agency in the industry makes 10% commission on almost everything that they would book through any supplier.
Mhm.
So let's take Royal Caribbean International as an example.
Mhm.
The average agency will make on $1,000 booking approximately $100. Now, without getting into the weeds in what part of the booking is commissionable and what is not, it is the commissionable part of the fare, which is the total minus all the taxes and fees. Okay, so let's say the commissionable part is $1,000, and the agency makes 10%. So they're making $100 commission on that booking. 70%, you'll make $70. ICT gets 16% with Royal Caribbean, with Celebrity, with Princess. We have capped out on our commission level with them. So on that same $1,000 booking, rather than making the agency making $100, they're making $160 at the 16% level. At 70%, you're making $112, which is a $42 increase over the average agency.
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Yeah. No, I love when there's agencies that do like a override share, like you're sharing in the profits, and I think that that's a beautiful thing. I think it's something that not a lot of, especially newer advisors coming into the industry, even experienced ones, understand kind of how that piece all works. So I wanted to make sure, because you mentioned it, I want to make sure they understand that that is an added bonus and something that you do.
Well, I'm glad you asked the question.
Yeah, so that's why I wanted to put that out there for everyone. But if you have any other questions about overrides, please let us know. We are actually going to look into actually writing an article about overrides, one of the few topics we haven't covered in our blog. So this was a great kind of reminder for us. We do have another question from Morgan asking, what is something one of your advisors did or does that you think is super unique or niche that you think is super unique, or a niche that they may follow that was a bit more unique than the norm? So something you can think of that was unique that one of your advisors has done.
So something that's unique, and I brought this up in the video that we did for the because I still think this is incredibly ingenious and very simple. So many years ago, and my agent was. I don't know if she was a member of a country club or if she just knew the owners of the country club, but she had asked them to if she can put her advertising on the scorecards for the golf. She did that and received a lot of business from that. It was inexpensive to do, and her name was out all the time. And that's really what you're looking for. You really, from advertising, you hope to get business from it. But really, what you're trying to get out of it is the exposure to other people to increase your client base. I thought this was incredibly ingenious. It worked out wonderfully.
Yeah, I like it's so ingenious, and yet it doesn't need to be complicated.
Right.
Right? It can still be really simple and be really smart. So I think
simple is always best.
Oh yeah, what's that saying? Keep it simple, stupid.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I love it. We do have, so Marie has asked, going back to kind of the overrides is what I'm assuming you mean, Marie, is you're asking, is this because of your consortium volume negotiation? So, I mean, in a contract, there's different parts of a contract with a supplier, and an override structure is part of it. And yes, it's based on volume, right? So if you're a member of a host, you're a member of a consortium,
but here's what y'all need to keep in mind.
Yeah.
This has nothing, it really has nothing to do with our affiliation with travel leaders.
Yes, exactly.
We do enough business with the suppliers that we would get those same commission rates regardless.
Yes.
So let's go back to our consortium affiliation and all the agencies consortium affiliation.
Yep.
Even though we don't necessarily need it for certain suppliers, we do for others. So the suppliers that we don't do quite as much business with, we might get a point or two extra commission out of it because we are members of travel leaders. Otherwise, most any popular supplier, we can get those same commission rates even if we were not part of a consortium.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Being a part of Travel Leaders, just, there are other, it just gives you kind of preferred agreements with other suppliers that, you may not use as often, but those suppliers would still come to ICT with the same kind of offerings. So
Exactly.
for everyone listening, definitely something you want to keep in mind. Coming as a supplier, like as an ex-supplier, if you will, we would have absolutely gone to ICT with the same type of deal as we would with Travel Leaders as well. So especially for your size, we love medium size, love. It's a great size for a supplier. All right, I think, here we go. Another question. What is ICT's policy on commission when the advisor is the traveler? Is it 100% like many other hosts? What's the percentage for a companion? So in the same cabin or room?
Okay, so as far as commission for an agent who is the passenger, we do pay the regular 70% on it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's basically the cut and dry. Now I do also, but also ask the question of your competing host agencies, because there are some that will not pay the commission on you if you are the passenger.
Yeah, I would definitely. Great, that's a great point. Definitely ask. Every host is a little bit different. Also, I would say majority of the suppliers have special agent rates for you traveling with them. And those rates are not commissionable because they're so heavily discounted off of the regular price that they're not even, I know, again, coming from the supplier side, I know the supplier I worked for, the agent rate was such a heavy discount that it was not a commissionable rate. And your partner traveling with you. So if you had a friend, your partner, whoever it was traveling with you, typically also got quite a heavy discount as well. Theirs was usually commissionable. It just depended, but would max out at a certain commission level, typically not the larger commission. It just depends. It's always fun. Every supplier is a little bit different, but from the supplier side, I know we would give agent rates and they were not commissionable rates because you got such a large discount from the get-go.
And it's fair. They're discounting their price so that you can try their product.
Exactly.
Really, it's a form of advertising for them. They're really not doing you a favor, but while they're doing you the favor, take advantage of their special prices. And of course, if you qualify for a supplier discount, certainly take it.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, without question. Take whatever you can, because that's why we're in the industry, to get the discounts where we can, and to travel on suppliers we want to travel on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great alternative to like a typical famil trip. Lots of suppliers only offer a certain amount of famil trips, a certain amount of spots. So it's a great opportunity to learn about their product, the way it runs on a daily basis with regular clients on it as well.
Right.
So, yeah. All right. I think that's it for now. So I'll leave you to continue with the presentation. I'll jump back in when we've got some more questions.
Not a problem.
Yeah.
So how do you join Incentive Connection Travel? So we need 3 pieces of information from you. We need your independent contractors agreement, and this is pretty standard throughout all the host agencies. We do need an agreement with you. The agreement does have a time frame on it, and that's only because there's an IRS requirement that there be a time frame. If for some reason you join us and it happens that we are not the host agency for you, 30 days notice in writing, we would cancel your contract. We would still pay you any commissions that are still due on the regular schedule, and we part friends. We'll need the support package application, and of course, please, if for some reason you decide we are not the agency for you and you go to another one, the door is always open for you to come back. And we do have a lot of agents that, let's say not a lot, we do have some agents that do leave because they think the grass is greener on the other side and then find that it's really not. And then they want to come back. And I don't want anybody to feel uncomfortable saying, hey, I made a mistake. Support package application. this is this is that $195 fee for you for you to join us. As our host agency special, we are waiving that $195 if you join us by the end of February. And we will also need a notarized copy of your driver's license or state ID. We do run a background check. This is not a financial check. We're just looking for business fraud when we do this. Any questions from anybody? Okay. Moving on. We do host events. So we always use the Travel Leaders Edge Conference as an event for ICT agents. It's fun. And just keep in mind, so before any event, I usually host a meal from ICT so that everybody who is involved can get to know each other before the event starts, and we can all become friends and enjoy the conference or whatever it happens to be together. So the night before the Edge event, this year is going to be in San Diego, May 3rd to the 7th. May 2nd would likely be the night that I do the dinner with the agents. We have all the agents come to the dinner. We have some of our preferred suppliers at the dinner as well. This is not a presentation by our suppliers, but I do give them a few minutes to say hi and to welcome you to the conference. But mostly this is the opportunity for you to get to meet me and probably one of my sisters, and to get to know each other. And who else do you get better information from than your fellow agents? The second event that we have is our Convention at Sea, September 27th to October 4th, out of Galveston, MSC, and there is a mistake on this slide. We are not on the MSC Seaside, we are on the MSC Seascape. So it'll be a week-long event. What I try to do is do the conference days on the sea days, so it doesn't impede on your port days. We usually have dinners together. I try to create as many opportunities for all of us to get together as possible during all of these events. Oh yeah, and at the Edge conference also, I do buy tables at the conference so that all of our agents can sit together. Any questions? Okay.
I guess my only personal question is, can I come hang out at your table at the Edge conference, because I will be there?
You are more than welcome to hang at our table. As a matter of fact, I do tell our suppliers when I run into them that they're welcome to hang with the agents at the meals when if they have the time to do so. I know they're all very busy, but yes, Shana, you are more than welcome to come to our table every day if you like.
Fantastic. That is the plan. And yes, so for anyone who's in the comments, who's a member of Travel Leaders or who's thinking, I will be at the Edge conference. That'll be a lot of fun. I'm actually hosting a couple of the tables myself.
Nice.
Yeah, so it'll be fun. And yeah, so comments, everyone throw in some of your questions. Robert's still got about 12 minutes, so I'll come back on when there's more questions. And yeah.
Great. Oh, and also for the cruise, rather than doing a dinner, because Houston is a little bit inconvenient to get to Galveston, so I'm planning on doing a breakfast the day the cruise leaves rather than the dinner. So we will still have a meal together before we all get on the ship. And as far as the Edge conference goes, we do usually have around 20 agents that attend with me. Okay, so in summary, we do have the hands-on support. I explained that we do have 7-day-a-week support from any of the owners, including weekends, holidays, and while we're on vacation. We give you lots and lots of opportunities to connect with us, to connect with our agents. And some things I didn't even go through about the connections is that we do almost weekly webinars. As a matter of fact, a lot of times we have webinars multiple times in a week. The way I run them is the supplier comes on to talk to the agents for about 20 minutes, a half an hour, and then the agents and I sit and talk about business for the rest of an hour. Sometimes it lasts as long as an hour and a half. I do record all of the webinars so that if you can't make a webinar, you still can have the opportunity to see the webinar. I do a monthly new agents Q&A. This is usually an unstructured event where you come with your questions. It's a safe place for new agents to ask questions if you are shy, although you're welcome to ask your questions at any of our webinars when the supplier leaves. And we usually just enjoy that time together. And of course, with our commission split between 70 and 90%, including on our overrides, you have the financial security to run a business and to become profitable. So let's go over what I am offering you. So I said that if you join us by the end of February, we will pay for the $195 fee. And as part of the coffee chat special, which I'm not required to offer one, but I am anyways, I will, if you join us by the end of February, I will pay the deposit for you and your guest to come on our ICT conference cruise. So there's lots of opportunity and reason to join ICT. Obviously, after this is all over, if you have any follow-up questions you want to ask me, you're more than welcome to call me, email me, find me on Facebook. You'll find me under Robert Joel Simon, and we can chat. I'm happy to talk to you about anything you like.
Okay, we've got more questions. I have a question. So, I mean, just so everyone does know, we don't require the coffee spot. Part of doing the coffee spot is Robert and the ICT team have the coffee cards are is their giveaway. They funded that for all of you. But now you're saying anyone who does join by the end of February has their annual fee waived for this year. Mm-hmm. And you'll also pay their deposit for the C trade.
We will pay the deposit on the ICT convention at sea this year. And it is a $200 per person value.
Wow, beautiful. That's all I have to say about that. Just wanted to make sure everyone was aware of that. That's wonderful, Robert. I mean, also another wonderful comment we got was this presentation is super clear. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'm glad it was because I'm always uncertain how it's going to come off on the other end.
Yeah. Well, now you know, so that's great.
Well, thank you.
And we got a lot of very, very generous offer from in the comments. So also, if you do have questions for Robert, we're going to get to a few more now. So we've got some time, which is great. But if you think of other questions or anything that you want to ask, Abby has shared, and she'll share again the link in the comments for their directory and profile on the Host Agency Reviews website. You can go directly to the Q&A tab and send a question there. If you're unsure how to get in touch, that's the easiest way. And then they'll give you their direct information as well to speak to them. But you can always get through to them on their directory on the website. So
also, I do also want to offer that if some people are just more comfortable with a Zoom meeting versus I get it. If you're partnering with somebody, you want to see their face, you want to talk to them one-on-one, right? So I'm happy to set up a Zoom to meet with you if that's what you would like.
Oh, that's very, very sweet. All right, more questions. Are you ready?
Okay, let's go.
Beauty. Okay. Are you able to bring a companion to any of the conferences with you?
You can bring a companion to any of the any event that you would like that allows a companion. Yes, and yes, our conference is one of those where you can bring. It's hard to enjoy a cruise on your own.
Yeah.
So we encourage you to bring a companion, and your companion can participate in all the events.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm a go on my own kind of person. But no, I think that's wonderful that you can bring somebody with you. So definitely everyone note that, because that is not a general thing across the board. So that's great. Another question is, do you offer E&O insurance?
We don't. So we do have E&O insurance. which we've only tapped into once in our 33 years.
Wow.
If if you would like to get your own, you're welcome to do that as well. But as far as our, it's a good policy. It's $1 million policy, $2,500 deductible. It worked out well.
Amazing. Another great question from, here we've got Morgan asking, what would be your top advice for a newbie in the industry?
A newbie? Be careful about picking a niche. Okay. My suggestion is to sell everything, and from that, decide what your niche should be. If you want to run a business on a niche, you need to make sure that you have the clientele that will keep feeding into that niche. And that's sometimes difficult. So I would say sell everything. And then as time goes on, decide what you would rather sell more of. And that's what you start promoting more for. Yeah.
I also think sometimes when you get into the industry, you don't know what's available to you either, or what you enjoy selling. When I first got into the industry 15 or so years ago, I didn't realize how much I would enjoy adventure travel and how that would be what I love talking about. And I sell it without even trying to sell it. But I grew up cruising most of my life with my family, right? So I always thought that would be the way I would go. But, I think you kind of learn, I think that's a great piece of advice. You kind of learn what you like, and you learn more about different areas of the industry that you may not have even known existed. Right. And then you can start to kind of hone in on what might be a great fit for you, or the clientele that you continuously are getting, especially referrals. That's typically how, for me, at least, I always got.
Exactly. But I would again sell everything and then decide from there where you think you can keep that funnel going.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my God, I think we've got some more love in the comments. I love cruises alone. Thank you, Soho Food Park. I appreciate the. And then, amen. Thank you for that statement, Robert. Exactly this. And great following comment by Shayna. Oh, stop it. But say more things like that. Okay. So Andrea just asked us, would a destination specialist be better than a niche?
Well, a destination would be sort of a niche anyways, but yes, a destination, well, it all depends. If your destination niche is the UK, it's still a niche, right? You're still specializing in something for your travelers. Yeah. So I would say yes, become a destination specialist regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know what we actually saw when we did our annual report this year, when we asked about niches specifically, destination specialist was the number 2 niche, if you will, that advisors selected. So I think nice. Which makes sense. Do we have any other questions? Because I think we have flown through the questions.
So do I have any more time?
Yeah, you've got 2 minutes.
Okay, real quick. Yeah. So travel insurance, real quick.
Yes, please.
Most of the travel insurance companies or travel agencies sell what is under the seller of travels model, which is where you're basically selling travel insurance or suggesting travel insurance under the license of the insurance company. There are 3 states that require an insurance agent to be part of that process. That's New York, Washington, and Hawaii. All 3 require a property and casualty insurance license. Mm-hmm. I am the one that holds that license for the agency. Mm-hmm. New York also requires the agent to have a life and health insurance license. I also have the life and health insurance license, so you can sell travel insurance to any resident of any state in the union.
Can I say that that's badass live? I don't know. I think I just did. So,
so I am the licensed agent for those states.
Oh, that's fantastic. I'm getting so much love in the comments. Thank you so much to everyone for being here. The numbers just keep going up for attendees, so this is fun. Robert, it is always such a pleasure.
Well, thank you, Shana. I appreciate you moderating this for us.
Oh,
And I
thank you.
appreciate everybody else for coming on to watch me.
Yeah, everyone has loved it. There's been great questions. If you have more questions, please go to their directory on Host Agency Reviews. And like I said, on the Q&A tab, you can go and ask more questions. Robert, absolute pleasure as always. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate everything you do for us.
Oh, right back at you. All right.
Bye, buddy.
So we have Juan, if you could share the QR code for anybody that is interested in winning a Starbucks gift card from this coffee spot. Wonderful. I am going to share the winners from yesterday. So again, I hope I get everybody's names correct. I will try my best. Yesterday, our winners are Vicky Cook, Mark Young, Candace Pinzone, Shelly Brody, Jennifer Powell, Scott Elmer, Julie Raspino, Cindy Whalen, Vivian Yao, and Stephanie Mack. Congratulations. We will be emailing you in the next week or two with your gift cards. And thank you for joining, attending, registering for the coffee spot. I will email directly everybody who wins a coffee from the coffee spot today, because I want to make sure anyone who wants to get on the list does. And then I need to do the random drawing. All right, here we go. So next up, we are going to have a very quick break for a few minutes. So go to the bathroom, get another coffee, a tea, a snack, whatever it is you need. And then after that, share your excitement with me, because we're going to come back and we have the one and only Host Week Queen, Rita Perez, sharing her one thing. So come back and join us in a few minutes.
Hello, Host Week. My name is Rita M. Perez. I'm part of the Host Agency Reviews team. You probably have heard me or my name a little bit as I am the timekeeper behind all things for Host Week. So thank you so much for being here. And let's kick off this amazing Friday of Host Week. There is a lot of great things that are in store, but I want to make sure that you know the one thing, or at least the one thing for me to stay top of mind in 2026, and that is making sure that you are building relationships in 2026. Now, I know that's kind of like standard and blanket advice to be getting as business owners, but why I am so passionate about building relationships both inside the industry and outside of the industry is because baby business owner me at some point was a little bit disillusioned because I was sending out all those emails and the social media marketing everybody tells you to do. But if you know the marketing funnel kind of looks like this. It looks just like a funnel. Where emails and social media kind of land, you would think that they're right up here top of funnel. And social media can be top of funnel, but it's not really top of funnel unless like you're really a content creator. It is going to be more in the middle of the funnel, which means if you're talking to people at the middle of the funnel through social media and email marketing, how are you going to get your message out to the people who are at the top of the funnel? That's the part that often gets overlooked, is that you're doing these amazing nurturing and connecting items, but you don't even have anybody that's coming into the funnel. So you have to focus on that top of the funnel. So just some really great pointers to think about that, especially if you're wanting clients who are unafraid of paying you, who are not going to be fighting you on that, who really are going to value your expertise and value the expertise of other people. I tend to think and go to people who are already paying for items. So, and partnering with people who they might be paying for items with. Professional chefs, perhaps, interior designers. I think of in the tangible space, I think of like wine shops, wineries, wine bars, especially if they have some sort of email list or if they're having different events where the community is coming out. You know that the community is going to be spending at these types of events. Those are the types of people. They're wanting these cultural experiences. They're wanting to indulge themselves a little bit. So how can you partner with some of these people? And maybe it's partnering to create some sort of trip, or it also could be just partnering to have them in your referral network, because that's also one of the important things when it comes to relationship building is that you want to be a master connector. And if you don't have people in your like little business black book here to refer out to, you can't be that master connector, because that is a really powerful seat to be in if you're connecting with lots of different business people, both in and outside of the industry. I also like to think, what are some of those places or those areas that might have memberships? Maybe like fitness instructors or fitness type studios, gyms, because there is some sort of membership component that's there. Maybe there's a book club. Then I also like to think of people who are wanting to invest in continuing their education. So I think about things like realtors and in the medical profession and the legal profession, even teachers, they have continuing education credits. Why don't we make that a little bit more fun with like a dedicated trip that you can plan? And I know that there's many of advisors that do that. So maybe that's something along the wheelhouse that you're also wanting to do. So really thinking creatively and really thinking outside of the box, because I know we've been talking about AI a lot over the past couple of years. What people are going to be really gearing into in 2026 is those relationships. AI and workflows and processes are going to help you work a little bit smarter instead of harder. But that CEO in you as the travel business owner, you still need to be focused on creating relationships as your most powerful networking tool. So hopefully I've given you a couple of new ideas for you. I'm going to hit it off to some of my favorite people, Steph and Shayna. Have a wonderful host week, and you might see me a little bit later. I'm going to stick back to my role in timekeeping now. See you, everybody.
Yes, Rita, we love you. So how did everyone like those? It's our third year of doing the one thing. So we'd love to hear about how you like them, the coffee spots, the edgy spots. You know us, we're all about the education and the tips and tricks. So we hope that those have all been helpful for you. And just to note, edgy spots, still more coming your way later today. If you are just coming on and joining us, it's so great to have you here with us today. For anyone joining from our coffee spot that we just had, amazing. We've got a lot more in store for you. Welcome to the official last day of the marathon. That is Host Week 2026. We have some very exciting and fun goodness, and we do some different things today on the Friday, starting with what's coming up next. So we have a little bit more fun. We mix it up. And we will be serving up continuous inspiration for you today. We've got our keynote, Oliver Catt, co-founder of Coaching Agents Through Travel, coming up shortly. We've also got a lot of super exciting things like our Friday 15 podcast, which will be next, the Luminary Awards, so the awards that we give out to the host agencies. And if you stick with us until the end, you can find out if you won one of our 10 giveaways. So you're confused because we have so many giveaways this week. You're not sure which one. I get you. But we've got lots of them, and there are lots of you that have registered for them. Don't worry, we'll share more links if you have not. You can also go to our Host Agency Reviews Host Week page, and you can apply right at the top. So lots to do there. So let me break a few things down for you. Every day, like I said, we have a coffee spot. So we just had one with Incentive Connection Travel. So definitely you want to go back and watch that. If you didn't, we will do the Starbucks gift card drawings for that later today or on Tuesday when we're all back online, because the Host Agency Reviews team is taking a nice long weekend. We also have all of our Host Week specials, which feels like giveaways from so many of our hosts and partners because they are such great specials that support you. There are over 40 to choose from, and many of them expire within a week or two, some at the end of February. So definitely go take a look if there was any host or any partner that really inspired you that you want to go and work with. And then we'll do our big giveaways right at the end of the day. We will do that live. So that will be a ton of fun. Okay. Do you want to know what the 10 giveaways are for those of you who are joining us brand new? We will be giving away 2 free 12-month memberships to the Coaching Agents Through Travel Network. That is our keynote speaker today, so stay tuned for that. We have the Wander Network with a social media session, Dugan's Travels with a Starbucks gift card, Colette Tours with $1,000 travel voucher. Royal Caribbean will be 2 spots on one of their cruises. There will be 2 to choose from, Bahamas or Alaska. Solstice Collective, a website in a day. Hint, hint, they created our landing page for Host Week. Anchor Travel Experts, a one-on-one travel agent efficiency audit for processes. Intrepid Travel, another tour company with a short break trip valued up to $2,500. Stillwater's Safaris, a $500 travel voucher. And Wyndham Grand Rio Mar Rainforest Beach and Golf Resort, a 3-day, 2-night stay. So pretty awesome. Our Host Week would also not be possible without our weekly sponsors. You know them. Say it with me. We've got Alternative Travel Services, Incentive Connection Travel, Rainbow Getaways, Turn, Travify, and Travel Industry Solutions. All right. Almost enough from me, although you are going to listen to recorded me in just a moment. But we've got a lot to do today. So let's kick it off with our weekly podcast. This is our Friday 15. If you've never tuned in, hopefully we'll get you hooked by the end of this. Abby will link to our Friday 15 page in the comments, but today we will be playing it for you right here live. Our special guest this week is Iris Serbanescu, and if you don't already know her, you're going to want to know her. She is an incredible entrepreneur and is going to answer some questions around starting her businesses in the travel industry. So if you're ready, let's do this. Juan, roll that tape. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our Friday 15, our very special edition of this week's Friday 15, our Host Week edition. So for those of you who don't know, what is a Friday 15? Well, every Friday at 12 p.m. Central Time, we go ahead, we take 15, sometimes 20 minutes to answer your questions about the travel industry that you've submitted on our website. If you have questions that you would like to submit, or if you want to go watch past episodes, please go to hostagencyreviews.com/Friday15. We also bring on many special guests. So this is a really fun way to end the week. So friends, I can't even tell you how excited I am about this next conversation, especially during our 6th annual Host Week. So our guest today is a women-owned business founder who built her company from the ground up, is a huge supporter of female entrepreneurs, and somehow manages to wear multiple hats and blow my mind, including running a successful representation business. She is really proof that you don't need to do business the traditional way to build something incredibly successful. You just need clarity, grit, and a whole lot of heart. I am thrilled to welcome my friend and someone who I love in this industry and who hopefully many of you already know, Iris, to the Friday 15. Hi, Iris.
Hi, Shayna. What an intro. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here.
You deserve that intro and more, let me tell you. So we are so excited to have you here. Are you ready for the first question? I want to jump right in.
Yeah, let's do it.
Amazing. Okay, so first question is, really, I'd love for you to take us back to the beginning of what sparked the idea for your business and what made you brave enough to actually say, yep, I'm doing this.
So I would say it was a combination of things. It's never really one thing. It was probably a year-long process of reflection and looking at my experience in the travel industry as a woman, as a queer woman. So I had been in the industry for about a decade before I launched my business, Women's Work. And, you know, I had kind of a interesting experience of the glass ceiling, where it wasn't that I was necessarily feeling held back from reaching a certain point. I was a director at a travel tech company. I was, doing well and enjoying it, but I was also reflecting on how much of my time and energy I was putting into someone else's dream and someone else's business. And this moment after about 9 months of thinking about it really hit me, where I was like, I could have a huge impact and be in charge of my own financial freedom and be in charge of putting my energy into something that I'm building for myself. And I actually think that this is possible. I think I can make this happen. So I was the idea for Women's Work came to me during a meditation. It was so unconventional. I wasn't, I wasn't sitting there brainstorming on a whiteboard. I had been living my life, during the pandemic. So as much as I possibly could, living my life and just thinking about, reflecting on my experience as a woman in the industry and what the industry needed at the time to grow and move forward and be better. And I was just kind of, reflecting on all of that and realized I could be the person to build a business that would fill me up, fill my heart and soul, and also do something good for our industry. And I didn't know what that looked like until I had this experience where this idea just dropped in while I was, experiencing a meditation, having kind of a quiet moment for the Women's Work program. And I wrote it all down and sat with it for probably a month, and then was like, you know what? I actually desire this more than I fear it. Because there's a lot of stuff that comes up around business ownership, around quitting a full-time job to go pursue something on your own. But the desire to be in charge of my own financial freedom, I lead with finance because I feel like women often talk about impact and doing good for the world, but we also need to get paid. And so if I can be in charge of my income and do something good for the world, that's the kind of thing I want to pour my time and energy into. So yeah, it came to me during a meditation, and then I just decided to go for it when I felt like I'm still afraid, but I am desiring financial freedom and impact more than I'm fearing what it's like to start a business from scratch.
I love that. I also love the patience that you had to say, okay, I don't need to start something tomorrow. Let me kind of figure it out. Let me write it down. Let me read through it. Let me adjust. And I feel like patience is something that is tougher to come by nowadays. And I love that you took the time to do it the way you wanted to. So that's exciting.
Thank you.
Yeah, you ready? Next question.
Yeah.
Jump right in. When you do look back, what do you feel like went better than you expected? And what part of building your business was way harder than anyone warned you about?
Okay, what went better was seeing how much the people around me valued what I was putting out there. I really didn't think it would be so easy at the beginning to get people excited about what I was doing and to have people sign up for my program and to sign up as sponsors. And it just seemed like, you know, it was hard in some ways, but it was really easy in the way of generating demand and getting folks excited about this new business in the industry. So that was, I thought it was going to be hard. I thought it was going to be like, oh, how am I going to get clients? And like, I'll figure it out. It's fine. But like, it actually ended up being one of the easiest things in the beginning, and kind of still is. And I think it's because it's just so niche and so specific, specifically talking about women's work. And it's so people can feel when they're in alignment with it. And it's an easy yes for folks that need this service and this program. And the same thing goes for my rep company. I would say, so By Iris representation focuses on women-owned businesses and locally owned businesses, and 90% of our clients are DMCs. And we've had people come to us for business development. Like, we don't actually reach out to companies. They come to us to ask to be represented by us. And again, I think it's that like alignment piece. What was way harder, honestly, starting a business is, from what I hear, like having a baby. Like, nobody tells you how hard it's going to be. I am not a mom, but I have heard a lot from different people. And for me, I think like I didn't know how hard it was going to be. I would have done it anyways, but difficult in the sense of like the personal development that comes along with being a business owner. You're so confronted by all of the things that hold you back as a person when you run a business, because your business can kind of only grow as much as you grow. That's what I've learned. And so I call it personal development with a paycheck. It's like you are so confronted with all of the things that hold you back, whether it's being afraid to sound too salesy, or not feeling worthy of the money that you're making, or whatever it may be. Like, we are confronted with all of these things as founders. I see it in the founders in our program. I see it in my friends who are founders. And the best part of that, though, is that I love personal development and I love growth. So I'm committed to putting in the work to get through those blocks. But I just didn't expect there would be so many. So yeah, I would say that is one of the hardest things. And then just like capacity versus desire. Like, I desire to do so much in my business, but my the energetics that I hold, like the energy that I have and the resources that I have, often don't match the desire that I have to grow my business. So I've had to be really honest with myself about what I can commit to do and to do well.
I think that that's such great advice for, all the advisors and travel agencies that are listening today. So that's so wonderful. I'm also going to, you mentioned, you rep DMC companies. I'm going to link, just for anyone who's newer to the industry, we're going to link an article that we have around what is a DMC. So if you want to understand more about the types of clients that Iris does work with, we'll put that in the comments for everyone listening. All right, question number 3. And we have 4 questions today because this is a special Friday 15. So I know most of you who listen are used to the 3, but we're going for 4.
Love it.
All right. Okay, so third question is, you do wear more than one hat with your businesses, as you've been talking about both women's work and By Iris representation. How do you know when it was the right time to expand? And how do you decide what's worth your energy versus kind of a shiny distraction?
So I like to think of expansion and contraction as like a cycle. I think a lot of folks look at business, or what we're taught about business, is that it has to be linear. So like you expand and then you expand again, and like you grow year over year. and that's how it should be. That's not necessarily how I view it. There are years that I've expanded and years that I've contracted. And for me, the expansion needs to take place when, number one, I see demand for whatever the next step is, whatever the next leveling up is, and whether it's people reaching out to me and asking for it, or I'm spotting trends in the market. Number two, I'm excited about whatever the next step is. And number three, it's aligned. Like I feel aligned, and I feel like I have the capacity to take it on and take it on well. We get so many ideas as founders, like every day. And so I love that you are asking, like, how do you know it's the right time to actually expand and take these ideas on and do these things? Yeah, sometimes it's internal and sometimes it's external. And I kind of just have to play with like all the different factors and follow my gut and follow my intuition. Yeah, that's what I would say around like the right time to expand versus contract. What was the other question you asked?
How do you decide what's worth your energy versus a shiny distraction?
Kind of the same thing. Yeah. Like, does it feel aligned? Does it feel like not just in the moment, but long-term? So when I look at the different options I have, I actually am a huge nerd and I have a spreadsheet of like your face.
You're speaking to my heart. I love just organization in general, but go on.
It's the best. Yeah. So I have a spreadsheet of impact and long-term impact, revenue, and resources required. So I like list my ideas, and I have a weighted scale of these 3 dimensions, and then I come up with a number. So if it's just that I'm like really excited to do it, but it's going to have no long-term impact on my business, I'll probably like bring it to the bottom of the list. But if it's something that's going to have a long-term impact on my business, like running an in-person retreat for all the women's work alumni, that feels like a brand building type of activity that will take a lot of resources to put together at the beginning, and then it'll get easier over time. And the value of my business will grow over time by having these in-person touch points, because the whole program is virtual otherwise. So yeah, I kind of think about it on 3 different dimensions and make sure that it's not just a shiny distraction, because that's way too easy to follow.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. All right, the 4th and final question is, so for the advisors and agency owners listening who are building something of their own right now, what's the one piece of advice you wish someone had given you earlier, the kind that would have either saved you time, money, or potentially a few gray hairs?
Put money aside for taxes.
That's a great head. I love that. Hey, I don't think anyone listening knows, in my former life, I specialized in taxation. So I hear you. Yes, I did.
I love that so much. So yeah, aside from that very basic advice, which we all need to hear multiple times, the other piece of advice would be to get a mentor, because there are so many blind spots that you have as a founder that you could spend months not knowing about and having them slowly impacting your business, versus getting somebody that's either already done something that you want to do, or that is someone that cares about your career and will be really honest with you about some of your blind spots and some of the things that could be holding you back. That would be my biggest piece of advice, because it's worth it. It's worth the time you take to talk to them. They have experience in that field, most likely, and they have a lot of insight that they can share with you about what you are experiencing, what blocks you're experiencing that are literally costing you and costing your business money. So I've always had mentors and coaches, and I feel like that's one of the very few like huge impacts that my career has had, or positive impacts that it's had on my career and my growth as an entrepreneur.
Yeah, I think that's wonderful. I think even mentors, it's not even that they can share, kind of their experiences with you. They want to share them, and they want to be there, help you grow. And I think that's a beautiful thing. It's kind of like the travel community, where we all want to help each other. We all want to answer each other's questions and help support one another. So I love that. So for those of you who love Iris as much as I do already, we're going to link both her By Iris and Women's Work websites in the comments. So please feel free to go check them out, get in touch, ask her questions, or just show her some love in the comments. Our upcoming schedule, we have some incredible hosts that are joining us over the month of February. You will have heard from all of them this week, but a great way to hear from them answering your questions would be to submit some and come and join us. So February 6th, we have Nest Plus. February 13th, we have Uniglobe Travel Center. February 20th, we have Dugan's Travels. And then to round out February, we've got Gifted Travel Network joining us on February 27th. So as a reminder, if you want to ask them any questions, hostagencyreviews.com/Friday15 to submit your questions. Feel free to submit more than one. We will get to as many of them as we can over the coming weeks. Thank you, Iris, for joining us here today for Host Week, and just really just sharing some insights into starting your business and the incredible businesses that you've grown today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. This has been wonderful.
Oh, well, right back at you. All right, back to regularly scheduled Host Week programming. Bye, everybody. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Iris. And if you have just popped in, welcome to Host Week. And we hope you all enjoyed our weekly Friday 15 with Iris. We do a podcast like that every Friday where we ask the questions that you submit. So for those of you just joining, my name is Shayna Zand. I am the managing director of HAR, and I have had the absolute privilege of being able to spend the week emceeing Host Week with you. Thank you so much for joining us today to round off the week. Truly, from the entire Host Agency Reviews team, thank you so much for your support and spending time with us. All right, so if you have been having as much fun as we have during Host Week, and we have had a lot, remember that the event is recorded, so you can access these all by subscribing to HAR's YouTube channel and rating our Host Week playlist. Most of you have a really good feel for our schedule because hopefully you've hung out with us most of the week, but we will be sending out a post-event wrap, which will include timestamps and direct links to each session. So you don't have to fast forward or rewind to find the interview, the EduSpot, the keynote that you want to rewatch. We're going to have those timestamps for you. So if you are not registered for Host Week, you will not get the email with the timestamp. So if you could please go ahead and register with the link that Abby will share in the comments so that you get that post email. That is the only email you will get from us if you register for Host Week. So do not worry, we will not raid your inbox. It is my pleasure to welcome the final keynote of the week, Oliver Catt, co-founder of Coaching Agents Through Travel. And he's here to give you a real-time demonstration focused on travel advisor business growth, personal branding, and lead generation. With no slides and no pre-recorded content, this session breaks down how modern advisors can position themselves as trusted experts, attract the right clients, and build a business designed for scale. So if you're ready to stop listening to me and start listening to Oliver, the time is now. Let's get Oliver on screen, Juan.
Hey, thank you very much for having me, and thank you for an awesome introduction. It's great to be here. And yes, no slides, no demo. As Shelly just said, my name is Oliver Catt, and I'm from Coaching Agents Through Travel. Got a lot to take you through about how to build your agency to a scalable agency that you can rinse and repeat, build leads, get a nice heavy pipeline, and build authority in the process. And of course, they've let me loose live with no slides and no video, so who knows what's coming next, eh? But no, I promise to keep it short and sweet and give you something that you guys can all take away with and hopefully generate revenue for your businesses. So, as I said, Oliver, Coaching Agents Through Travel. I'm based in the Caribbean, originally from the UK, and I run a community for travel advisors, training, coaching, and support on a weekly basis, 24/7 through live chat to help them build the business that's going to be right for them. So Lots of things to talk about today, and most importantly, to discuss how you guys can build out an awesome business and hopefully turn what is maybe a part-time business that you're running alongside your existing job into a full-time business. So make sure you get your notes out, take as much down as possible, and I know you guys can go back and watch the replay at your convenience. So we're going to be going through a lot of things, and the reason why I want to cover off what Shayna mentioned on the intro a moment ago is because one of the biggest things that travel advisors face at the moment, and being one of the fastest growing industries around the world right now, is everybody's turning immediately to friends and family. And when they do that, they don't know what to do when that well dries up. And that's the hardest part about it, because it's like, okay, cool, everybody's traveled. And we all know, and you're probably all going to shake your heads or nod your heads at this point, but we all know friends and family don't make the best travel partners. We always don't want to sell to them because they're always wanting everything for free. We all know what we're talking about. So with that being said, and the way that we are going to go through this is how do we build authority? How do we use AI in today's marketplace? And everybody's using AI. It's a buzzword. Everybody's using it day in, day out to try and do what they're doing better. Now, the fact is, we want to use AI to increase our productivity. We don't want it to replace us. We don't want it to replace everything. And we're seeing all of these mistakes that ChatGPT and all these other tools people are using to send their clients everywhere, and that's not what we want to do. We want to build genuine connections and use AI to increase that productivity. So that being said, how do we build authority? Now, today, as we said a moment ago, it's about demos. It's about what can you do? And I'm going to show you exactly that. I'm going to start off with LinkedIn. LinkedIn is one of the biggest authority builder social media tools out there that travel advisors aren't utilizing effectively. Now, I brought my profile up because I'm going to show you exactly how we do this and how you can all benefit from it. Everybody's using TikTok, everybody's using Instagram, and I think the hardest part about it is trying to cut through that noise of over-the-water bungalows or cruise ship cabins or beautiful beaches. You don't want to cut through with content like that because people aren't engaging with it unless you've already got a huge following. And LinkedIn is not a platform for that. LinkedIn is about three things. It's about posting, it's about outreach, and it's about building networks and referrals with people that can genuinely benefit from what you have to offer. So first things first, what do you do on your LinkedIn profile? And how can we turn this into something effective using AI, being repetitive, turn it into meetings and get those clients on the call with you? And this is where we start. For me, it's LinkedIn comments. LinkedIn comments is something that people overlook. They come in, they post, and they ghost. So when they come into LinkedIn, straight off the bat, they're coming in thinking, do you know what? I'm going to post this picture. I'm going to post something that's really cool. And then they get lost in the reads. They leave it. They go away. For me, it's all about commenting. Now, what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to show you something that I do very regularly to post quickly and at scale. Now, in this instance, we're in the travel industry. I'm going to put in travel advisor. That's where I'm going to jump because I've got thousands of travel advisors already on my LinkedIn that I communicate with. I'm going to go to their posts because I'm now going to start being genuine. And this is the same for you. If you're a travel advisor and you're targeting a specific high net worth individual, a type of business, if you're corporate and you want to target that certain industry, you come in here and you can find these people. Now, for me, it's always date posted, like the last week or the last 24 hours. And this is where your tools come in. If I wanted to post on these, a lot of people don't do it because it takes too long. For me, I will come in here and I will look at this post and I will open every single one of them of something that either attracts me, that brings me in, that brings me attention. But I don't sit there and comment. I use an awesome tool. Now, I'm going to share an affiliate link. I don't make any money from it, but this is a tool that you guys are going to want to use, and it's called Whisper Flow. You can literally talk into your microphone and comment at full speed and move on to the next one, especially if you want to start gaining leads and getting authority on LinkedIn, and people will start connecting with you. People will start building relationships with you. So, for example, Alyssa right here. Today, I'm intentionally stepping away from my main hustle to invest in education beyond my side hustle. I'm spending time learning from suppliers. Now, if I wanted to go in here, I can literally come in with the Whisper Flow, press one button on my keypad and go, Alyssa, absolutely love this. Have a cracking time and enjoy. Something like that. All of a sudden, that text is now on her screen. I can comment, I can move on, and I can do it to the next one. Whisper Flow is a tool that sits on your computer right here at the bottom of the screen. You can press a key to talk, and it just goes straight in. And the beauty part is it's free. Unless you're saying thousands of words a week, you can use the free version. If you use the link, you get access to the pro account for a month, and you can start testing it out. But you can literally comment at scale on every single post, building authority and building credibility on your target market and your industry. Now, I haven't posted at this point. For me, I always like to go in my morning coffee and comment while I'm having a drink, and then I will go and post after. Now, one thing that I mentioned a minute ago is, what do you post? How do you post it? And again, how do we use AI to improve what we are doing? Yes, I'm going to discard that comment. You know what? I'm just going to comment anyway. How do we improve what we're posting? Now, I know we're talking about LinkedIn, and we have Twitter, we have Instagram, we have TikTok, and all these other platforms, Facebook, where we can publish video. But for me, LinkedIn is the place where you go with personable video content. Now, a lot of people sit in front of a camera, and I guarantee most of you are sat here watching me today going, well, I don't know what to say to a camera. I don't know how to talk to a camera. I don't even know what to talk about. That is where ChatGPT comes in. It's so easy these days to use ChatGPT to help you build content at scale. Now, I'm not going to go in here, give it a prompt and say, hey, go and write me 30 posts, 40 posts. For me, I use it to help myself build video content, genuine video content that is me talking to a camera, talking about my industry and talking about my niche. So in this instance, and this is a prompt that you can tweak, you can change. So go back, rewatch this part, and just write it down, or we'll share the prompt with you later. I can send it to Shana and the team, and they can share that in any chats that we have. But essentially, I would go in here with a prompt like this and go, hi, ChatGPT, you are going to be my AI interviewer. We are going to have a conversation. I'll put you in voice mode. I am a travel advisor, and I would like to create genuine video content for my clients or any of my followers. I need you, before you start interviewing me, to ask me 20 questions about my business, about funny anecdotes, about great trips that I've booked, so that I can fill you in on my background. Every ChatGPT, always train it. Don't just go in blind. Don't just think it's going to do anything for you. You've got to put as much information as possible. Now, I know I've only got about another 10 or 15 minutes left, so I'm not going to sit here and answer all these questions. And I have a much detailed prompt that I can share with everyone. But what it's going to do now is it's going to ask me 20 questions about my business, about my travel advisor, who I am, what I do, where I'm based, what I'm working on, and it's giving me all of this information. Now, once I have trained this, and once I have told it that I want it to be an AI interviewer, it's essentially me now sitting down in my own home studio on a podcast, having a conversation with ChatGPT, talking to ChatGPT naturally with a coffee, a cocktail, a coconut with some rum in it, whatever you want to put in it, right? You can have this conversation with ChatGPT. Yeah, you may feel stupid. You may not want people around. But if you can build this out and you can do this in ChatGPT, now you have somebody that will sit down, know about your business, understand your business, and have what I like to call a little bit of banter with you. So to that end, here's one that I built earlier. One thing I didn't do is I didn't share my computer audio a minute ago. So I'm just going to stop the share for 1 second and reshare my audio on this one. So share sound. And bring it back in. So this is one that I built earlier on, and it should be back up on screen in a second. There we go. Perfect. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn this into voice mode. Now you can do this with Gemini, and you can, or you will be able to do this with Microsoft 365. And Copilot. I know voice mode is coming, or it was coming late January, February, so it's on its way. So you can do it with all your favorite prompts. And the reason why I've done it like this is because everybody has different tools with their host agencies. Everybody has different access to different AI apps. So you can build this out in anywhere, which is why I'm not giving you a custom GPT, because you can do this yourself. So voice mode. I'm going to have a conversation with ChatGPT. GPT, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yep, I'm right here and I can hear you just fine. Let's keep going whenever you're ready.
All right, so this time what I'd like you to do is I would like you to interview me about some of the most chaotic trips that I have booked for my clients that have turned into big successes. Keep your questions short and your responses short, and let's do a 10-question round.
Absolutely, let's jump right in and keep it nice and snacky. So first question, can you give me a quick example of one chaotic trip that ended up being a big success for your clients?
Absolutely. one of the funniest trips that turned into an absolute nightmare was when I took my family to X, and we all had an amazing time, and then other people turned up, and it was just incredible. We did X, Y, and Z, and it was a party time all around.
I love that. Okay, so second question. After that whole whirlwind,
You get the idea, right? So off the back end of this, you are now sat there in front of your computer talking. But how do you turn that into content that you can post? The biggest thing is all you need to do is, if you're on your computer, is get your cell phone, put it in front in selfie mode, and just hit record. Now you can do one long video, and this is the beauty part. You take that one video, and all you need to do in your camera roll is go in, chop, edit, save. And you can do it instantly with trim, because it all tells you on Android and iPhones that save as new clip. You bring your little cursors in, you select the type of video or the piece of video that you want to take out, and it's done. You sit naturally in front of your camera, you smile, you talk, and all you're doing is listening and talking to your camera at the same time. The beauty part about this content is it allows you to publish genuine content that is you. You're answering naturally. You feel more relaxed because it's a conversation. You're not thinking in your head, what do I need to post? How do I need to post it? You're using AI to supplement what you are doing. You're not sat there reading a script. You are physically having a conversation. And this is how you build authority on LinkedIn. You build it because you are you. And that is one of the biggest things from social media that we don't tend to see anymore. We see all of these beautiful fake videos, AI enhanced videos. It's getting crazy. For me, I think personally, what's going to happen is that bubble's going to pop and everybody's going to want to see genuine content. People are engaging more. The most interaction I see on my LinkedIn is from genuine video that really resonates with people, that people can understand and people can see me. They're not booking trips from behind a picture of that beach or that cruise ship. They're booking a trip because they understand me. And when you do this, you start to build genuine connections with people. People will comment on your videos. People will like your videos. And that is when you step up your game. With every piece of engagement, when you start to get those likes, when you start to get those comments, for me, it's about messaging back. Hey, thanks for dropping me a message, or commenting back on LinkedIn. Like I said before, not posting and ghosting. This is something that is really going to help you build a genuine audience when you're being genuine on camera. And when you start to build those conversations, it really starts to change the way people see about you. For me, one of the biggest tips that I would tell anybody, if you get a comment or a like or a connection request, is you build authority with them by sending a message back to these individuals and saying, hey, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate the comment. You're not going in there like a lot of people being all salesy. Hey, I'm a travel advisor. I can book you your next cruise. You're building relationships, you're networking, you're building people that will be willing to talk about you when you're not in your room. So posting, commenting, networking, and building those connections on LinkedIn are going to be a huge asset to you in 2026. Now, to the next step. When you start to have these conversations, when you start to engage with people, you have to draw them in. You have to win them over. You've got to get them connected. And when they start to reach out to you, and this is what I was talking about with Calendly earlier on with a few people, everybody's recommending Calendly for a meeting link to get conversations going, to get people booked in a meeting with you. Calendly is a fantastic app, or any other booking link is a fantastic app, but it will only work for you if you go into it and tweak the settings with the app. One of our members in our travel community mentioned in our chat the other day that, he's had 5 meetings booked in the last week and nobody's turned up. Nobody showed up to that meeting. And the hardest part is making sure we're engaging with our audience when they're booking a meeting. It's not just book a meeting and leave it for a week. It's how do you engage with them? What do you send them? For me, automatically in Calendly, go in and turn on your email outreach, your SMS notifications, so that as soon as somebody books a meeting with you, you're constantly automating engagement in the back end. So if you don't have those settings turned on, go into Calendly, go and turn on the emails, go and turn on the text messages, because then your client is more likely to turn up and you're going to have a higher engagement. Secondly, the biggest thing that I would recommend, and a next day I tool that I'm sure most of you are aware about, which I always like to link in when somebody books a meeting with me. So what we've done is we've taken it from the very beginning, posting and commenting, creating an audience, engaging on LinkedIn. And of course, that content, that video content can be repurposed and posted out on Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, wherever you want to do. So again, you're being personable on other platforms. The biggest thing that you can do next is then start to send them things. So it's not just a, hey, thanks for booking a meeting with me. Instead of sending an onboarding form, you can send them something fun. Now I'm going to bring back up my screen share. And we all know Canva. Canva is great. Everybody uses Canva. Every travel advisor uses Canva. The question is, are you using Canva AI and Canva code? Now, a lot of people code, they think, oh, okay, code, I don't like code. I don't want to get involved with code. I don't know what it is. The beauty part of Canva code is you can build things out instantaneously with Canva code. And you can start to publish these on websites, either your own or a Canva domain that you can send out to your clients. Now, Canva code is brilliant. Very much just like ChatGPT, which can also code now, and so can Gemini. And I don't want to bog you down with the word coding because this is just goes over so many people's heads. I could come in here right now and say, right, for every Calendly booking that we make, what I would like to do is I would like to send them some form of lead magnet, something that is going to have them engage with me. So I've not just got their information or their details, but now I can start to see who they are. And I'm not sending them some boring onboarding form that they may or may not like. So how do you do that? And use Canva code. So to that end, I can come into Canva code, I can click on the microphone, and I can say, so I am a travel advisor, and I would like to build an app, which is an interactive quiz. I sell cruises, and I don't want my clients to just have a boring onboarding form. I want them to have an experience with my organization, with my company. So what I'd like you to do is build a quiz for me that will ask them questions and allow me to establish what type of cruiser they are, what cruise industry, cruise lines, where are they flying from, whatever you think would work or be interactive. And then I'd like to do a data capture at the end with name, phone number, and email. That's a very quick way of doing this. And again, these are the types of things that we teach in our community at scale. Is I'll come in, I'll do that. And again, this is draft number one. To my point of here's one I made earlier, this is exactly what I built in 5 minutes. This is all it took to build out an app that somebody can now come and interact with, that I have sent out via a link. So when they sign up with Calendly, this could automatically get sent to them. When they've signed up, they go on my emailing list, I can send this to them. And the real simple part here is they get something that's branded. You can design it. And if I wanted to, I can use it in a design up here. I can change the branding. I can add logos. I can add URLs. I can add whatever I want in here. And this is the beauty part. I'm just talking to my computer for a matter of minutes. And in here, I built a start your journey. What type of cruise vibe do you want? So luxury. What type of destinations do I want to go to? Mediterranean. Now I can tweak this and I can change it. And of course, it's going to populate and then it will go all the way through to the end. But you can publish this wherever you want. And the beauty part is you also have a database built in with Canva now, something that's relatively new in the last few months. Canva never used to capture data. Now, if you're asking people to put in name, phone numbers, or email, you could add it in here and you've got a data sheet automatically linked. And if you're happy with your output, you can immediately publish this to a website of your choosing. I have one that's already on there, which I'm not going to use, but I can literally pub this to my free Canva website that Canva gives you a free domain with every single account. And it will be something like yourname.canva.com or whatever that might be. But you can now send that link out to that people, that web link, to any clients, any prospects, and get it sent out. Now, again, this is going to increase conversion because you'll be able to track when people have booked it from booking that meeting with you. So it's tied in. We've gone from lead gen to AI content, commenting, to Calendly, to now sending out lead magnets. Now, I don't want to do all of this to confuse you. And again, 30 minutes using AI to build authority. But by building this process out, you can build something that is repeatable time and time again. And most importantly, my other favorite AI app, because I know we're almost at time, I'm going to have to go back to Shayna. See, I'm rambling on. We're good. But what I will say is when you get somebody in this point, you're more likely to get them on the phone. You're more likely to get them on that call. Now, I'm not here to spin you up of how to build out presentations because you've had some amazing speakers this week that have told you how to do this with style, how to do it with glory. And that's that next step. This is this lead generation part. It's how you build this at scale. My favorite tool now, once I get them on the phone, and it is free. This is the beauty part. is a tool called Granola. Right now, this has been running in the background, as you can see here. It's transcribing everything that I am talking about. Now, obviously, if you get a client on the phone, you still got to tell them, hey, this is a recorded call. But everybody uses Fathom or Otter and all of these fancy tools. For me, Granola is amazing because right now I can come in here, I can stop this transcript and I can regenerate the entire 30 minutes that I've just been speaking to you. And it is giving me a detailed output for free of exactly everything that I've spoken about, the strategy. It's coming up with content positioning. Now, if you're on a phone with a client, you're going to get this information or however it is. But Granola is fantastic because you can build in your own notes. If I was to start a fresh note right now as well, whilst I'm typing, just like Apple Notes and Android Notes, while I'm talking, I can even type away anything I want to put in here, and I can enrich my call with the notes that I'm making at the same time. And by doing this, you are now going to have the killer proposal that you need to build because you've got the most killer notes to send to your clients. So, authority on LinkedIn, commenting, posting with personable content, then getting them to book a meeting with you with Calendly, sending out lead magnets with AI on Canva. You can even build packing guides, destination guides, send them as PDF, and it takes seconds to build out. And in Canva AI, you are already ahead of the curve if you're using this and Canva code at the same time. Get them on the phone, get these conversations noted down using Granola. And I tell you, this is a formula that I use every single day with every single one of my clients, with my prospects, with my team, everybody, you name it. And this is how I've built my repeatable business, by doing exactly that for the last 6 years. That's it from me, Oliver Catt, coaching agents through travel. We travel, we live, we offer community to all of these other travel advisors out there. And this is the type of content we teach. Before I go back to Shayna with any kind of comments, questions, or anything else, I do want to tell you one thing. We are giving away 2 free licenses for 1 year to our community. I know Shayna's already mentioned it, so we've got that. That's going to be a giveaway for anybody that applies through Shayna and the team's online portal. And of course, we are running a 50% off our membership for the next 6 months. You can find that in the deals page as well. So that's it for me. I hope you've enjoyed. Thanks very much. And I'm sorry if I've rambled on and spoke fast for the last 25 minutes. Shayna, over to you.
You have not rambled on. I was like, he's like, I have to end. And I'm like, no, you have 9 minutes. Keep going, because everyone in the comments would have been really sad if you had ended right then, because this was the best session of the week. Mind blown. Just incredible info. Thank you so much. And that's from one of our hosts themselves in the comments.
Thank you.
So, and Abby, just for everybody in the comments, Abby just shared his website. Go check them out. Incredible community. We had Oliver here for our Hardwired, so our travel agency technology event, and everyone loved him so much that the moment the event was over, I called him and said, so you're joining us for Host Week, right? So this was fantastic. We've got a few minutes. I do have a few questions. I had to share the love because the comments have been going off for you.
Love it.
So yeah, we love it. Great way to end our week and our final keynote. So I think that means that everyone in the comments, he's coming back for 2027, right?
I'd love to. If you have me. I was saying to the team earlier on, I was like, when you let me live, you don't know what I'm going to say. And I said, when I came for Tech Week, it was a precursor just to get me here so I could just talk about whatever I wanted.
Yeah, perfect. Good for you. Hey, you should have heard some of the things I said yesterday. I think my team was like, Shayna, no. So I'm here all 5 days. Something is going to happen that people don't want me to say. So that's part of the fun of it. I like when people keep me on their toes. Yeah. Okay. So we've got a few questions. So because we do have a lot of newer advisors or those that are just looking to start their business, we have any advice for a newbie with no or very little social content at the moment? They're not launching yet, but want to prep for launch in the next year or so. So any advice you'd give?
For me, if anybody's just starting out and they're not ready to launch, the biggest thing that I will tell anybody is get on LinkedIn and just start building a personal brand, right? Talk about who you are, what you do, how you do it. And, it doesn't always need to be about travel. If people go and look on my LinkedIn, I'm talking about running a business on a small Caribbean island where I live, right? And my kids on the beach and things like that. And I think that's what people know me for the most on LinkedIn, because I am remote. I'm building businesses away from my clients. And that's also something to note, is like, this is what social media is for. It's there to get your name out, to get you, reaching out to people. And if you can build that authority, build an audience, get people engaging with what you're doing and how you're doing it, just step by step, baby steps. That would always be my advice, hands down, is LinkedIn. And that's the biggest tool that people aren't using.
I couldn't agree with you more. I love that advice. I hope, if only Oliver could up his energy, laughing emoji, just in case you want to work on your presentation skills for next time. Apparently we have some constructive feedback in there.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. I don't think, I agree with you. I think he needs to up that energy too. Okay. So another question I think we've got, this will be the last one we have time for, but just as a reminder, everybody, Abby put a link to Coaching Agents Through Travel in the comments. So please go join the community. We have the deal 50% off for the year, and it's available for the next 6 months. And we'll be giving 2 12-month subscriptions away at the end of the day with all of our other giveaways. So stay tuned for that. We will email you if you are not here, though, and you won.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was just going to say, we did a clock before I came on today. And we're in there, based on what I did in 30 minutes, we now have something like close to 70 odd hours worth of training of tools, software, you name it. Like, it's all in there, and the live stuff every week as well.
Beautiful. Okay, so last question for you before I let you go is, what is the best option to keep all open avenues, so like socials, LinkedIn, calendar, text, emails, DMs, to keep leads from slipping through the cracks?
For me, if you've got a CRM that can tie all of that together and keep conversations in that place, then that's great. A lot of CRMs do that. For me, depends on where you're, and I hate niching down, because obviously you got to do what you need to do, especially if you're starting out, but obviously you find your path. Find something that works first of all and stick to it. So if you're doing LinkedIn or doing Instagram or doing TikTok or whatever it is, or emails, focus on that, have some inboxes that are there, and then just keep checking. But for me, streamline and start small. But if you're getting leads from everywhere, then you're going to have everything open. There is no way to streamline all of those different inboxes, right? There are a few apps out there where you can add a lot of different social profiles to one app. I don't know the names of them offhand, but that's usually a good way to go. But for me, is to have a CRM that's everything's tied together, and then you get notifications of inbound leads, qualifications, and everything else all in one system. That would be a good way to consolidate.
Yep, I completely agree. On that note, thank you. I don't want you to leave. If Rita didn't stick to the time, although I am an on-time freak as well. So, but Oliver, this was such a pleasure and such a great way to start off our Friday. Thank you so much. And we will be having you back. Everybody, get ready. You're going to see a lot more of this guy with us. So thank you, Oliver.
Thank you. Take care, everyone.
Okay, I know you'd rather listen to Oliver and not me, but I promise you we've got some fantastic speakers coming up today. So it's that time where we head into our interview section of the day. It is a little bit shorter than the last 2 days, which is going to be fun. So we're going to end off with a bang. So we're going to go into our 2 consortium interviews, the last 2 this week. Before we do, though, if you have loved Host Week, please don't forget to register or pre-register for 2027. We're going to pop up a QR code so that you can go ahead and register. Again, it is absolutely complimentary and free of charge for all of you advisors. If you loved us and you want to join again next year, please feel free. You really get to know others in the industry. And again, we'll have some great speakers, educational sessions, and of course, feedback from you on what you would love to see. So come and join us. Okay, that's it for that. And we are going to move into the final 2 consortium interviews. We have had 5 so far this week. So we're going to round off with 2 incredible consortiums. We're going to drop a link in the comments to an article explaining the role that a consortium plays in the industry, right? Consortia interviews are a great way to tune in if you're looking to either get your own accreditation or to understand the consortium that the hosts are members of. 99.9% of hosts are members of a consortium. So it's great to understand the consortiums that the hosts that you might be looking at are members of. Okay, so rounding out this week, we are welcoming both WESTA and NEST. So we're going to start first with WESTA. WESTA was founded in 1979 and has over 150 agency members. WESTA is a member-owned and managed marketing cooperative dedicated to helping small and mid-sized travel agencies thrive. They offer a wide range of programs and partnerships with leading travel providers to increase revenue for their members. WESTA members receive 100% of their earned commissions and overrides, ensuring that they benefit directly from their work. So to start us off with the interviews on this beautiful Friday, I'm going to send it over to myself and to Katie. Here we go. All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us for Host Week. I am going to not waste anyone's time. My name is Shayna. I'm the managing director here at Host Agency Reviews, and I am so excited to be interviewing Katie from WESTA. Thank you for joining us, Katie.
Hi, thank you for having us. I'm very excited to be here.
We're so excited to have you. Yeah, we're so excited to have you, and I'm going to jump right into the first question if you're ready.
Mm-hmm. I'm
Amazing.
ready.
All right, so question number 1. When your consortium set their intentions for 2026, which initiatives, existing or new, excited you the most?
Yeah, so when we set our intentions for 2026, what excited me the most was how clearly everything came back to member ownership and listening. WESTA is member owned and member governed. So our priorities don't come from a corporate wish list. They come directly from agency owners who are living the hosted and independent reality every day. Our board is entirely made up of agency owners as well, which means the initiatives we move forward are grounded in real needs and not assumptions. So one area I'm especially excited about is the growth of our affiliate agency program. So in just 2 years, it's become a strong option for hosted advisors who are outgrowing their hosts and want more control without losing support. Affiliates keep their own brand, their own clients, and their own direction while still accessing WESTA's commissions, education, and WESTA's community. Most importantly, we're very intentional about helping affiliates grow into full ownership so they can participate in governance and profit sharing, not just watch those benefits go to somebody else. And that really ties into how we see WESTA as the next step after a host. For hosted advisors listening, our goal isn't to replace your support system overnight. It's to give you a clear path to independence where you retain 100% of your commissions and eventually share in the consortium's profits. And for smaller agencies that are transitioning out of a host, our services can replace much of what they relied on before without them having to give up ownership of their personal brand. So at the end of the day, all of this reflects WESTA's core philosophy. We're not building programs to impress investors. We're building programs to help independent agencies become more profitable, more sustainable, and truly in control of their future.
Oh, I love everything about that. All right, question number 2. We know that many host agencies offer their own annual conferences. Can you suggest some top reasons why advisors would want to attend yours this year?
Yeah, absolutely. So many host agencies do offer great annual conferences, but the annual WESTA Travel Summit that we put on is designed to be something fundamentally different. It's not a typical hotel ballroom event. It was intentionally built as a FAM plus a conference experience. This year, even, we're sailing on a 7-day Cunard cruise. Well, for 2026, we're sailing on a 7-day Cunard cruise round trip from Seattle to Alaska. And we're partnering with our key suppliers and even local tourism boards to include curated excursions as part of the summit. So the advisors attending are actually going to experience the product that they're selling, not just going to hear about it in a breakout session. Our conference really offers a unique perspective in that way, and for hosted advisors, it's an opportunity to connect with a broader network of agency owners and advisors. So advisors receive the education and supplier access, of course, but they also experience what life is like inside a member-owned consortium. And we're really intentional about the event structure with a balance of classroom learning, one-on-one supplier meetings, and meaningful networking over dinner, and as well as shore excursions. And for many advisors and agencies, this is where their growth plan for the next year really comes together. And that's because the summit is such an intimate event. The access is real. All the people in the room, the staff, the board members, and the suppliers, everyone is approachable. So hosted advisors often tell us they leave not just better trained, but with a much clearer picture of what owning their agency within WESTA could look like. So the summit gives advisors something different, hands-on product experience and a front row seat to a member-owned community they may one day want to be a part of.
Okay, well, I'm inviting myself, and from there, that sounds fantastic. All right, next question. What are some of the most popular travel trends that you feel your advisors should lean in on to have a profitable business?
Yeah, of course. So one of the biggest opportunities that we see right now is it's at the intersection of luxury and wellness travel. So that space continues to perform incredibly well for our members, especially when the advisors pair like high touch service with meaningful experience-driven itineraries. A great example of this is a recent luxury wellness fam to Korea hosted by one of our partners, V Explore Tours. That was for our agencies. And the feedback has been really outstanding, both in terms of growing client demand and advisor confidence selling that type of travel. And at WESTA, we track trends through the lens of what our members are actually selling and what our preferred partners are seeing on the ground. Because the agencies openly share what is working, we're able to lean into the right suppliers, FAMs, and the education opportunities as the demand grows. For hosted advisors considering independence, that collective insight and access to the right preferred partners can eliminate a lot of costly trial and error. Beyond wellness, we're also seeing strong performance in small ship cruising, immersive FIT travel, and trips that blend bucket list experiences with time to slow down and recharge. These are areas where a well-trained advisor can truly add value. And what makes these trends practical to sell at WESTA is flexibility. So our programs are optional, so agencies can choose to specialize, whether that's in luxury wellness, small ship cruising, or experiential travel, using the suppliers, the marketing tools, and the education that specifically aligns with their niche. And our events, webinars, and fans, they're all built around these real trends. So advisors aren't just hearing like luxury is hot, they're developing the product knowledge and the supplier relationships to support selling it. And for hosted advisors building a book of business in luxury or wellness, WESTA offers two key advantages: stronger economics on the same types of bookings and a community of peers working in the same space. So they wouldn't be trying to figure it all out on their own.
Beautiful. I love that. So with that, what are your predictions for host agency growth this year?
So we expect host agencies to continue growing, of course. Hosts are an important entry point for a lot of talented advisors. And from our perspective as a member-owned consortium made up of independent agencies, hosts and consortia play complementary roles in the industry, not competitive ones. So one challenge we're watching closely, though, is honestly burnout. Many new ICs come in really energized, but the combination of long hours, complex itineraries, and constant problem solving that can wear people down really quickly. So when advisors are treated purely as salespeople without strong mentorship or a clear path for growth, they're more likely to burn out or just leave the industry altogether. And as hosts scale, our hope is that their role continues to evolve beyond commission splits. The healthiest host environments that we see are the ones that invest heavily in coaching, education, and emotional support, helping advisors grow into confident, well-rounded travel professionals rather than just order takers. And WESTA's perspective, I think, is a little different because our members are agencies that have actually grown out of the host model into full independence. So we naturally serve that next stage, mature ICs and small teams who are ready to own their agency, retain 100% of their commissions, and participate in profit sharing instead of watching the profits just flow up to somebody else. So that's really exactly why we created our affiliate agency program. And that's to bridge the gap between being an IC under a host and becoming a full owner member. The affiliates get access to WESTA's supplier network, education, events, and the community while they continue to grow. And when they're ready, they could step into ownership without having to rebuild their entire support system. So yeah, I do believe host agencies will continue growing, but I also think more advisors will start asking, what's next? And at WESTA, we see our role as working alongside hosts by offering that next chapter, a place where experienced advisors become confident agency owners with a voice, a vote, and a real share in the success of their consortium.
Wonderful. Thank you. We have kind of the two fun questions to end this off. Yeah. So if your consortium had an official mascot, what would it be and why?
So I'd say if WESTA had an official mascot, it would be a wolf. A strong, community-oriented, and a fiercely loyal mascot. Wolves thrive in a pack, just like our agency owners and their advisors do, supporting each other to hunt smarter, grow together, and really ultimately just succeed as a team.
Oh, I love that. And then I think I'm about to love the answer to the next question even more. WESTA, you've offered us a Host Week special. Can you tell us more about it?
Yeah, absolutely. So our Host Week special is a $750 marketing credit for any new agencies that join WESTA in 2026. And $750 credit is a lot. That goes a long way. Like, for example, you can customize and ship directly to your clients a print brochure for just 40 cents a piece. And I don't know the math, but I know that's a lot of brochures. So a lot of opportunities to market your agency.
Oh, that's so wonderful. Thank you so much, Katie, for being here with us. I say I'm going to send it back to the HAR team, but I think I'm sending it back to myself. But thank you so much again. And back to you, HAR team.
Thank you.
Hey, everyone. Thank you so much, Katie, and to WESTA for their beautiful Host Week special. And really always fun having them in the comments. So if you have any questions for WESTA, please drop them in the comments. Or if you think of some later, please go to their consortium page in our directories and you can ask them questions on the Q&A tab there. So if you're listening and you already belong to a consortium, either directly or through your host, we'd love for you to take a moment right now to go write them a review. Your feedback helps other travel advisors make the best decisions for their businesses. And later today, we'll be giving away a $25 Starbucks gift card to one of you just for leaving a review. We also know that the consortiums would love to hear from you. Okay, we are on our final consortium interview of the week, and this is Nest. So since 2004, more than 450 home-based travel professionals have been calling Nest their home. They are dedicated exclusively to home-based advisors. Earlier this week, you would have heard from their sister consortium, Travel Savers. And in about 30 minutes, you're going to hear from Nest Plus about their host agency arm. And if you like our Friday 15 podcasts, come and join us next Friday, where we're going to have the Nest Plus arm of their business joining us. But to start us off, or to end off the consortium interviews actually on this beautiful Friday, I would love to personally congratulate Wayne on his ASTA Globes win of the Organizational Culture Award. And when you listen to this interview, you're going to see why. So for the final consortium interview of the week, I send it over to Wayne and, me. Here we go. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our consortium interview today. I have Wayne from Nest. Welcome, Wayne. How are you?
Fantastic. Yourself?
Yeah, doing really good. All right. Well, we're going to jump right into the first question, if you're ready.
Yes.
So when your consortium set their intentions for 2026, which initiatives, either existing or new, excited you the most?
So honestly, 2026 is shaping up to be one of our most exciting years yet. There are three major initiatives that are really exciting for 2026 that we're working on. The first is we're expanding our professional development programs in a really big way. We're going to do more in-person events. We have more online training than ever, and so many other learning opportunities. Our advisors are asking us, can we get a deeper education process or programs? So we're going to deliver on that. Number two is, and I'm not sure if you've all seen it yet, but we relaunched CORE, which is the travel education program. It's a fully modern digital learning platform. It's designed to attract that new advisor and give them the strong foundation from day one, so that when they come to you, if you're a host belonging to a consortia, they're coming to you with a strong foundation. So that's number two. And the third thing is, I will say, is that we've elevated our high value events. For example, Affluent Traveler Collection Symposium or Travel Market or Nest Fest. This creates an even stronger networking and business building opportunities. This is where real partnerships and real growth happens. So that's the third thing that we're doing in 26.
Oh, I love that. I love the support, the CORE especially. I think that that's fantastic. I'm excited about that. I did read about it, so very excited. All right. Next question is, we do know that many host agencies offer their own annual conferences. Can you suggest top reasons why advisors would also want to attend Nest's conference this year?
So that's a great question, and we hear it all the time. I mean, because we have hosts within our consortium. Yeah. So our conference tries to offer something different from what advisors are getting from their hosts. First, the level of the supplier that they have access to is exceptional. We bring our top preferred partners across luxury, FIT, groups, suppliers that they might not be meeting anywhere else, and the level of support that they would be seeing at that point. Second is the training that happens goes beyond that product updates. We're going to focus on business strategies, profitability, efficiencies, commission growth. We want advisors to walk away with tools that they could use immediately, right? Third, I would like to say is that we are a community. We're built specifically for the home-based entrepreneur. Advisors are getting to learn from their peers, but they all understand that business model. So everybody has their own credentials, IATA, CLIA, because Nest is not a host. We have people that have their own credentials and IATA, CLIA, and then what they will do is get the recognition through this by using all that, and they get 100% of their commissions and so on and so forth. But that's the community that we're building within there. Then finally is the additional learning, the learning from destination trips or immersive workshops. We're giving advisors deeper understanding of the products that they're selling and completely different value propositions.
I love that. I think for me, the community piece is always so important, where you get to see and be with others within the industry and within your consortium as well. So I love that. All right, next question is, what are some of the most popular travel trends that you feel your advisors should lean in on to have a profitable business right now?
Okay, there are a few trends that are absolutely worth leaning into right now. Bucket list. Okay, that's always been there. And purpose-driven travel is always huge. So travelers that want meaningful, once-in-a-lifetime experiences, that's always going to be consistent for all of us. What we're seeing, again, is luxury and upscale travel continues to grow, especially at all-inclusive and premium FIT suppliers. That happens to be doing well, so getting ahead of that curve. I also see a strong demand in immersive cultural experiences. They want that in-depth, not just sightseeing type of experience. What else have we seen? We've seen stress-free type of travel. That's been expertly designed by a travel advisor that's taking out all the stress from that client, making things so much easier for them. And the consumers see the value behind that. An advisor that has that complex travel, that's really simple. They made it so simple and easy to do. Then finally, our members are charging a fee. They understand the value in their services. So it has become a major driver of profitability. So not everybody does it, but it's a best practices. If you'd like to, for what you do, charge a fee.
Yeah, I like that one. I think it's important for advisors to know that they're worth it, and that people are willing to pay for it as well. So, and not to be concerned about charging that fee. So
100%.
Yeah. All right. Last question before we go into the always fun question. But as a consortium, what are your predictions for the host agency growth this year?
I'm super optimistic about this. The feedback that we're getting from them is growth. Advisors are expecting strong sales increases. More than 70% are anticipating revenue growth. So that's tremendous, I think, on that aspect. Their travel demands are still incredibly strong. Their consumers are seeing travel as essential and not optional. So that's still going on strong. Let's see, we're also seeing a rise in people going home-based.
Yeah.
Clearly, that's the industry, right? So we're the majority now. Nest, now we're 21 years, right? When we came out, we still are the only consortium that is for the home-based travel agency owner and advisor. So it directly fuels the host agencies that belong in our consortium in their expansions. Let's see what else. Then technology. The technology that we've provided to them, and some of the AI technology, that tools, and they're streamlining some of their workflow. They're able to take on more business now than ever. So it all points to a very healthy year for our host agencies.
Yeah, absolutely. Very exciting, which we love. All right. Final question, and our fun question. If Nest had an official mascot, what would it be and why?
I do love these questions, but Steph sometimes comes up with you all come up with these questions.
You can blame the team for this one.
I'm going to.
Really?
No, I'm not blaming anyone. I do like it because it does break it up. So yeah. I'm going to answer this one. And I hope I didn't, because we don't see anybody others interviews. So I hope nobody else used this one. But I feel, because I love this question, and our mascot would be an owl. But let me explain. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So an owl symbolizes wisdom. It reflects our commitment to education and advisor development.
Mm-hmm.
The other one I would say is they have incredible vision, right? So just as we are helping our advisors see those opportunities clearly in this complex industry, that's how we feel that we're doing that as well.
Mm-hmm.
They're very protective and community oriented. So, which is exactly how we support our members. And then, of course, they live in a nest. So it's perfect.
That is the best. That is fantastic. I haven't heard that one yet, but I haven't been in on all the interviews, so we'll see as we go. But that's exciting. Wayne, thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Nest. I'm just so excited. And as I usually do, I'm going to awkwardly go hand it back to myself. Thank you so much again, Wayne.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so if you don't know Wayne, and he is here in the comments, so please say hi. Something incredibly beautiful that you should know is that not only is his Host Week special $50 off Nest startup fees, but his real special is his time. So he is the senior vice president of both Nest and Travel Savers, but he offers up his personal time if you want to speak with him directly about, either, just to ask questions or to learn more about Nest or to want to be a part of Nest. So you can go to their profile. We've linked it a couple times in the comments for you. And you can just go to the Q&A tab, reach out and say, I'd love to speak to Wayne, and Wayne will come back to you and schedule time to speak directly to you. Thank you, Wayne. And honestly, what a great way to end the Consortia interviews for the week. So if you are just popping in now, welcome to Host Week. It has been a week filled with a ton of education and loads of fun. We are on the last day, and we just wrapped up with our Meet the Consortia interviews with both WESTA and Nest. And you're in luck because you are catching the beginning of our Meet the Hosts segment. So there's a wide variety of hosts to choose from. And today is just one of those days. We have already had 34 host interviews, and we have 4 more today to round out our week of host interviews. So a ton of fun, and we've got our final 4. First in line today is Sava Travel. They are a newer host, but they are not new to the travel industry, as Bird, their CEO, has spent her career working in the industry. If you do want to hear more of her insights, she joined us on January 16th for a Friday 15 episode. And trust me, you absolutely want to go back and listen to this one. We had follow-up questions specifically from this episode. So really, really great episode. Before I jump into the interview today, I also want to send a huge thank you to ASTA, the American Society of Travel Advisors, who we partnered with again this year to host the host interviews. They did 95% of them. They are an amazing organization to belong to for education. They have discounts that you can tap into, including things like 10 to 15% off, travel attorneys that work with them, great events like the River Cruise Expo that's coming up, where you get to see a ton of river cruise ships over the course of a few days. And of course, the Travel Advisor Conference, their annual conference, which Har will be at this year. And you might even see our marketing manager, Jenn's name on their speaker list. Actually, you definitely will, as she is one of the speakers at the event. Joining ASTA really to us is a fabulous investment for your agency and really gives you great local networking with their local chapters as well. So make sure to check out ASTA. And if you have any questions, you can absolutely get in touch with us and we can let you know more. Okay, that's it for me right now, at least. We're going to get into our first host interview of the day, and here to tell you more are Bird and Todd.
All right, welcome everyone. to our host agency reviews, host week interviews with some of our hosts. And today we have with us Sava Travel and Bird Bergeron. So Bird, do you want to start and just tell me a little bit about yourself and your host agency?
Absolutely. So we are brand new to the industry. We launched Sava Travel November 1st. We already have a couple dozen advisors on board, so it's fantastic. I come with about 10 years of experience in the industry, so I'm excited to jump into this new world. And I'll answer a few more questions with how we're kind of different and why we're doing things a little bit different in the future. But we're just really excited to be here and really grateful for the opportunity.
Excellent. So a brand new host agency.
I know.
So as you guys look ahead to 2026, and despite your newness, what do you see as your unfair advantage or one tool or relationship that you offer that most hosts don't? And what outcome do you think that's going to produce for your agency?
That's a great question, and the one that I'm most excited to answer. I think the biggest area of opportunity in this industry, and the reason we decided to jump into the host world, is because advisors really need a lot more support from an administrative side. I also own a travel agency, and I saw my advisors grow really, really fast. And I noticed it's because we were taking all of that admin work off of their plate. So with Sava, for 10% of your commission, we offer a fully trained admin that's going to do that, all the little nitty gritty after you book the main part of the trip. So the dinner reservations, the spa appointments, the birthday requests, the I want family photos, I need to change something last minute, whatever it is, that is all going to go to your guest experience manager, and they will take all of that work off your plate. And then we have a separate team that's also doing pre-departure work. So they're going in and rechecking every single thing you booked to make sure you didn't mess it up. Because let's be honest, we've all done it once or twice, and it's so embarrassing and it's so brutal. And again, it's just an admin side of things. It takes time, it's tedious. Give it to someone else and focus on the sales. That's our game plan for 26.
That's excellent. So how is your network embracing technology or AI to make business easier and hopefully more fun for your advisors?
Yeah. If you're not absolutely embracing AI right now, you are going to get left behind. It is such an interesting time in the world of the internet, right? Our agency is using it. We have actually a full-time AI developer on staff that's helping us use it for marketing purposes. They're developing a ton of automations. You know, if the client clicks here, then this happens. Everything is kind of automated in the background, but the same thing with bookings. We have partnered with Turn. Turn is a fantastic platform. If you haven't used it, everyone with Sava Travel is getting Turn for free. We are paying for it in total because I believe in it that much. But they're using AI in a unique way as well, where they're scanning your emails and they're taking your confirmation emails and just automatically parsing that information into your itineraries. Again, taking that admin work off of the advisor's plate. So we're looking at every different direction we can to implement it, because I think it's going to be the differentiator in 2026.
Excellent. So when you think about some of your top advisors, what are some of the most creative ways that they're generating leads for their business?
Oh, I love this question as well, because I don't think enough advisors lean on partnerships the way they can. And I think it's because they don't necessarily know. So a lot of our, cruise ship partners, or even like small group travel type partners, they're willing to do travel giveaways if you can put them in front of the right people. So I've seen my advisors partner with, the local opera, their ballet, or different companies like this within their cities. Especially if you're in a large city, you have a lot of opportunities where we say, hey, Cincinnati Opera, who we partnered with before, hey, we've got this cruise we want to give away, but you're going to need to host a cruise night and you're going to need to promote us. And it doesn't cost the advisor anything. They basically lean on the partnership in order to strengthen the partnership with some type of community aspect. And it just gets you in front of a lot of people at once. And it's a great revenue driver. So if you're not leaning on your vendors, reach out to your BDMs and ask them, how can I work with you right now to do some kind of vacation night, some kind of something that gets me in front of my community? I think it's really important.
And that's exactly what those BDMs are looking for in terms of an introduction to the travelers. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So what is one way that you're planning to celebrate your advisors' wins this year?
So I did mention that I have a separate travel agency, and we are really excited because our top agents are going to Peru this year. So we've partnered with Nature Horizons. If you haven't heard of them, they focus in the exotics is what they'll call it. But Peru, Ecuador, they do like Egypt and Morocco anyways. So we have partnered with them in order to take our crew down there. So we've got 30 travel agents headed down to see Machu Picchu in September, and I'm just thrilled. I think once you see a location, it lights you up. So I'm really excited for that opportunity.
What a great celebration. Yeah. So if your host agency had an official mascot, what would it be and why?
This one I giggled over and over about. So first the question was, what is your agency's spirit animal? And I kind of went round and round. You know what I keep thinking of with a mascot is the one thing that makes us different is what I call those guest experience managers. And for me, we call them gems, GEM, right? And for me, I think it would be a ring with a big rock on it would be our spirit animal or our big mascot, because the gems are what makes us different. When an advisor who's great at selling doesn't have to worry about the simple requests that come in over and over. What's what am I supposed to wear for this? Can you make me a dinner reservation? What do I need vaccine wise and all of this? Like, give it to someone else and let them kind of handle those sort of things and just focus on sales. And I'm like, that's our spirit animal is a pure focus on sales. Our spirit animal is a nice big gem because they're truly gems in our organization and allow us all to flourish and do what we do best.
What a creative mascot for your host agency. Very cool. All right. Well, thank you so much for your time today. And we look forward to seeing how Sava Travel grows and progresses. And again, thank you for sharing all of this with us. We truly appreciate it.
I really appreciate it as well. And I look forward to welcoming each and every one of you to our family soon.
Thanks, Bird. Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you so much, Bird. And they are a member of Nest. So for those of you that enjoyed Wayne's interview and really felt a connection with Nest, Sava Travel is a member as well, as is our next host agency. So you might recognize our next host, Modern Travel Professionals. Christine joined us on Monday to host one of our Edge Spot sessions on photos and videos that clients will actually care about. Definitely worth going back to listen if you weren't able to join us live. As a reminder, we do have our 3 Edge Spots to round out the day at the end of the day today. So they're 20-minute bite-sized educational sessions. They are going to be wonderful, and we've got some great speakers. We'll be learning about running vacations, building trust, and team. So you definitely want to stick around. Also, we are going to announce the winners of the 10 giveaways. So you want to be there for that too. Not to worry if you can't be, we will be emailing you next week with your prize. Okay, so now, Juan, let's bring up Andrea and Christine from Modern Travel Professionals.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrea Caulfield. I am the Director of Membership Engagement with ASTA, and I'm happy today to be joined by Christine from Modern Travel Professionals. Christine, good to see you today. Why don't you tell the viewers a little bit about yourself and your agency?
Absolutely. So I'm really happy to be here today. As Andrea said, I am Christine Hardenberger with Modern Travel Professionals. Just a quick blurb about us. We are a smaller host agency. We have about 35 agents. We've been in business for just over 13 years. Our specialists deal with just about every destination between them. So we are truly a full service travel agency. And we're really proud of the fact that even though we're small, we're pretty mighty in that we've achieved top tier sales status with all of our preferred suppliers at this point.
Fantastic. I love that. And I often say that about ASTA itself, as we are a small and mighty team here in Alexandria. So I love that when you say that. So I'm looking forward to our chat today. So I'm going to go ahead and ask you the first question. As you are looking ahead to 2026, what do you see as your unfair advantage, one support piece, tool, or relationship you offer that most hosts don't? And what outcome do you think it will produce for your advisors?
That one's pretty easy. Our unfair advantage is absolutely our training and support. We don't just throw new advisors or advisors switching agencies into a slew of videos and walk away. Our training is actually guided. We have a full-time training manager who makes sure that you understand everything that you're learning, that you understand how to put it into action. And then after that, we actually pair our new advisors with a mentor for the first year so that they've got a person to walk alongside them as they learn the logistics. And for people switching agencies, they get a buddy, which is sort of like a mentor light, because they may not need as much support, but they still need somebody to, walk them through specific things or new suppliers. And we've seen the amazing growth that this support has given agents. One of my best ones, we had somebody come over from another agency, and in 1 year, she tripled her production. She went from producing about $375,000 a year to topping $1 million. So it works. Our program has been really honed down, and it makes a huge difference in both new and existing agents and how well they, do in this industry.
Oh, that's fantastic. I love that. Everybody needs a friend or somebody that they can bounce ideas off of, ask questions to. So that's fantastic. I love that. So let's talk about technology a little bit. So how is your network embracing technology or that dreaded AI to make business easier or more fun for your advisors?
I'm actually a big fan of AI. And while, of course, it does have its limitations, it's an amazing tool for letting you work more efficiently and basically working smarter, not harder. So we have embraced it. We've done a ton of agency trainings on how to actually train your AI so that it understands you and your business. And then we use it for everything from helping to generate content ideas, help with writing, help with email newsletters. And what we've seen is that it's really made our agents' marketing a lot more consistent because they don't get stuck up against I don't even know where to start, or I wrote this, but it doesn't sound the way I want it to. And AI has actually been a huge help for that. I know it's very controversial, but I think when it's used as the tool that it is, instead of a replacement for your own work, it saves hours and hours.
That's fantastic, because we all don't have hours to waste. That is for sure. That's hours money could be made. So
right, exactly.
Fantastic. So my next question, as you think about some of your top advisors in your host, what are some of the most creative ways that they have been generating leads for their own businesses?
So I actually have, my agents, of course, do many different things, but two really stand out. A couple of my Disney-focused agents have a couple of times, as a new Disney movie was released, actually bought out a local theater and invited both past clients and prospects to come. They've been able to put their information and promos, et cetera, on the screen before the movie. And it's been incredibly successful. And then another one that's worked really well for a couple of my cruise-focused agents has been the come sail with me idea, where they will find some amazing itinerary or a great deal, book it and be like, come along. And they'll email specific clients and be like, hey, do you want to come along? This worked. Actually, it worked for cruises and also for a recent Scotland trip that they did, because then friends invited friends, and both of those have been incredibly successful.
Oh, what brilliant ideas. I love that. And people are still going to the movies. That's fantastic.
You do.
I love it. So as you are, how are a couple ways that you're planning to celebrate the wins from this year from your advisors?
So at the beginning of every year, we do sort of a winner's circle of top producers in different categories. Everybody gets a shout out. They actually get a few little rewards that they receive. Some cases they actually received increased commission for a time as a reward as well. And then I'm a big fan of sort of surprise and delight. I don't only celebrate the big wins. I really try to celebrate all the wins. So when an advisor messages me and is like, oh my gosh, I finally got that trip book that I've been working on for 2 months. I finally closed it. They'll get something in the mail from me in a couple of days just to say like, great job. Because I think we fall into the awards category a lot. And that is, well, what happens is the same people tend to win. You have your top producers and they always tend to be at the top. And sometimes people crack that. But if you're, somebody who isn't as big a producer, it doesn't mean you don't deserve to be celebrated as well for your wins. So that's actually something I really focus on. So it's not just the big wins, but it's all throughout the year.
Fantastic. I love that. Everyone needs to be celebrated no matter how big or small their wins are, because that just leads to bigger ones later down the road, I think. And
I agree.
So encouraging. So as we come to the close of our little chat today, I do have a little fun question, although I've asked this a couple times this week and a lot of people have said it was the hardest question. So we'll see how you do, Christine.
Okay.
So if your host agency had a mascot, what would it be and why?
So actually, I can do this one. I think if we had a mascot, it would be a border collie. And here's why. Border collies are smart, they are hardworking, and they are problem solvers, but they are also very calm. So I think that describes the people, because the people that work here have sort of a great communal vibe, for lack of a better word. And it's exactly that. They're all smart, they're focused, they're efficient, and they are problem solvers. And it's amazing. They work so hard to do the best job possible, just like a border collie.
Perfect. Now, what do you think the name would be of the border collie?
Wow, that one's probably harder. Gosh, I don't know. What would we call him? Jet. I think I would call him Jet.
There you go. That's perfect. Sold. Now you're going to have to get one.
Now I got to go get a border collie. My husband will be thrilled.
Perfect. Well, Christine, it has been an absolute pleasure talking to you. Now, does Modern Travel Professionals have a special ongoing during Host Agency Week that you want to talk about?
We do. So for any advisors, whether they're new or coming to us from a different agency who contact us during Host Week and obviously eventually sign a contract, we are offering a $250 FAM credit. So toward any FAM trip in the upcoming year, whether it's one hosted by us, we do host several per year, or hosted by another supplier, they'll at least get, in some cases, that's all of the cost or part of the cost covered.
Well, fantastic. That's a great opportunity. Well, Christine, thank you again for having a little conversation with me today. And I do hope everybody has learned a little something about Modern Travel Professionals. And Christine and the audience, have a fantastic rest of your day. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
FAM credit as your Host Week special. We love that. And Abby just dropped the links for the Host Week specials in the comments, so go check that out. Thank you so much, Christine. You will have until the end of February to take advantage of that special, so mark your calendar, don't miss it. And yes, the amazing Christine and some of her advisors are in the comments. I'm loving the love. It's so much fun. So engage with them. But as a reminder, if you have questions that you think of later on, please go to the Modern Travel Professional profile or whichever host that you're looking at, and you can ask them questions on the Q&A tab there, or you can drop them in the comments right now. Next up, and we're going to drop their profile in the comments shortly, is Nest Plus. So you heard from Nest earlier today. We heard from Sava, we heard from Modern Travel Professionals, and now we have Nest Plus, which is Nest's host agency division. They are coming back. Specifically, April, who is also in the comments with you all, is coming back next Friday, February 6th. So that's only 1 week from now to join us on our next Friday 15 podcast, where we will answer your questions like we do every single week. And one of the questions, spoiler alert, is going to be a follow-up to a question that was asked at Bird, so Sava Travel's Friday 15 a few weeks ago. If you do want to submit a question, or you want to take a look at, you want to watch our past episodes, we have been dropping the link in the comments, but we will drop it again for you to go check out the Friday 15. Please submit your questions. We love your questions, and even more, we love getting them answered by all of our co-hosts. Okay, enough of me. April and Andrea, it's time for you to take the reins and get us some answers.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Andrea Caulfield. I am Director of Membership Engagement with ASTA, and I am joined today here with April Swalls with Nest Plus. How are you doing, April?
I'm well. How are you, Andrea?
I am excellent. Thank you so much for taking the time to have a quick conversation with me today.
Of course.
So before we get started with our questions, why don't you give the audience a little more information about yourself and Nest Plus?
Well, I am a business development manager with Nest Plus. Nest Plus is the host agency arm of American Marketing Group. It's a travel family that's been in business for over 55 years. We work with independent travel advisors who want to keep their own brand, but also tap into strong support and earning potential.
Great. Well, I am looking forward to our conversation today. So let's go ahead and get started with the first question. As you look ahead to 2026, what do you see as your unfair advantage, one support piece, tool, or relationship you offer at Nest Plus that most hosts don't? And what outcome do you think that would produce for your advisors?
So we take a very hands-on approach, and I think that this is something that's very different than what a lot of host agencies offer. We actually have dedicated business analysts on staff who sit down with our advisors. They look at their numbers, their patterns. They help them spot opportunities to grow their revenue, specifically using our marketing, technology, and exclusive programs. So the goal is always the same, right? We want to help advisors land in an agency home that matches how they like to work, but then that allows us to meet them where they are and then help them get to where they want to go. Now, traditionally, we haven't always accepted a lot of new to industry advisors, but if you're a self-starter, you naturally take initiative, you have an entrepreneurial mindset, we definitely want to have a conversation with you.
Fantastic. So on that vein, how is your network embracing technology or the dreaded AI to make business easier or more fun actually for your advisors?
Well, across the AMG family, we create technology in-house that helps advisors work more efficiently. So instead of them having to jump between different systems, the advisors have booking tools, marketing platforms, and then also back office resources that all talk to one another. On the Nest Plus side, we just simply plug our advisors into that existing tech stack so that they're not having to build all of that from scratch. Now, from an AI standpoint, we're giving advisors a tool that they really love called AI Connect. It's our AI marketing assistant for the network. And our advisors are using AI Connect to create personalized content in minutes. It's, social posts, emails, campaign ideas. It all still sounds like them, which is really important. So this also will pull in supplier promotions, templates, planning tools. So they're not having to stare at a blank screen and figure out, what do I do? What do I say? We want to invest in the technology that's going to save them time. So we want them to help, we want to help them communicate more clearly. We want them all to fit into what they're already using. So it's really about helping them learn to market themselves more effectively so they can free up time for everything else they have to do in their business, which is a lot usually.
Right. Hey, the less time spending doing the little things and selling,
exactly.
Wanting to sell more. Well, that's fantastic. So when you think about your top advisors within Nest Plus, what are some of them doing that's very creative and outside the box to generate leads for their business?
Well, obviously, it's going to vary a lot by niche, right? But we do see a few patterns that show up over and over again. So our strongest advisors tend to start by getting really clear on who it is they want to serve. So instead of trying to sell everything to everyone, they're going to lean into a niche. That could be luxury, it could be groups, it could be, a specific kind of traveler that they want to work with. And that clarity makes it so much easier for them to attract the right clients for their business and then plug into our marketing and supplier resources in a smart way. Another thing that we see is that they're visible on social media, but they also pair that with real world things like small events or partnering with local businesses or speaking for organizations that already have their ideal clients. So it's not just I posted today, it's also I'm visible and I'm present, which is really important. And then I would also probably mention that they really try and treat their clients more like a long-term relationship. They're not approaching a new inquiry as a singular booking. They want to build a relationship, so they're intentional about asking for referrals and staying in touch and inviting their clients to come back to them. But I would say mostly what really unites the superstar advisors is that they take full advantage of our Nest Plus initiatives, the technology and the marketing, the business tools that we're developing for them. They're tapping into those tools and they're using them consistently to build and scale their businesses.
Fantastic. So what's one way you are planning to celebrate your advisors' wins this year?
Okay, so recognition it's always been a big part of what we do and how we work. But we're really focused on making it meaningful from a business standpoint. A leaderboard is great, but if somebody's only able to see the leaderboard, they can't necessarily take something away from that and apply it to what they're trying to do. So we don't just look at who has the highest sales. We're paying attention to things like year-over-year growth, smart use of preferred partners, who's investing in their own development. We'd like to tell those stories across the network so other advisors can see what somebody actually did. And then we tie recognition to access, whether it's higher level education, a great FAM opportunity, smaller peer groups where top, producers can compare notes and work with one another. So, while we're celebrating, we're also feeding that back into the community. So it inspires other advisors with something that they can actually take away and adapt to their own business.
Fantastic. I love the celebration with collaboration. That's always a great symbiotic relationship.
Mm-hmm.
So April, as we're coming to the end of our time together, I have one more question for you. And I've been told this was the hardest question of the whole lot. So I'll see what you think. So if your host agency had a mascot, what would it be and why?
I did not think this was a hard question. And not because, I don't know, I just didn't think it was hard. For me, it was an easy choice. I chose a hawk because it fits how we see our advisors. They're independent, they're sharp, they can see the big picture from a high level, but they're still paying attention to the small details. A hawk doesn't wait around for somebody to tell it what to do. It's watching what's happening, it picks the moment, and then it moves with a lot of focus. So that's the kind of advisor that we're built for, whether they end up with Nest Plus specifically or somewhere else within our broader agency family.
Fantastic. So before we say adieu for the day, does Nest Plus have a special that they're offering during Host Agency Week?
Yes, we do. We are offering a promotion of $50 off your implementation fees as long as you mention that you watched this interview and you learned of it on the Host Week. So,
well, fantastic. Well, thank you, April, for giving us a little more information about Nest Plus and the programs and your advisors. And we appreciate your time with us today.
We appreciate your time. We appreciate the opportunity, and we appreciate your partnership.
Thanks so much. Thanks, everybody, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much, April, and always love the Host Week special. She's still in the comments, So please bombard her with all the questions. And we will see her back here in a week. So I do see some comments right now, loving that interview. So if you want to hear again from April, questions that your fellow advisors have submitted, come back, join us next Friday, 12 p.m. Central Time for our Friday 15 episode. All right, before we get into the final host interview of the week, I did mention earlier this week, but maybe you weren't with us, but did you hear that we are hosting our second annual Hardwired this June? Hardwired is our cute and fun and awesome name for our travel agency tech week. And Hardwired was that name is all Jenn Myers right there from our team. If you loved Host Week, you will love Hardwired. Hosted in a similar fashion, but structured a little bit differently. Hardwired is really our love letter to travel technology for advisors. It's high energy, no fluff, virtual event again, where we will nerd out in a really good way on the tools, systems, and trends that are actually shaping modern travel businesses, specifically travel agency businesses. It's where advisors can go to get smarter about tech without really feeling overwhelmed, and hearing directly from those building the platforms and walk away with very real ideas that you can use immediately. Think practical education, very honest conversations, and a whole lot of, oh, that makes sense now moments. And this is all designed to help you work smarter, to scale sustainably, and help you feel a little bit more confident navigating the tech side of your business. And we will have one full day at the end called Demo Day. And this is where you can see a bunch of the platforms back to back in one day. Last year, Demo Day was 14 demos back to back. They were 15-minute bite-sized demos. And it's a great way to see the platforms that are out there so you can make the decision on which ones are best for you and your business. We'll be putting more details in the few months coming up. So you'll see the full schedule very soon, but we are going to drop a link in the comments for you to register to make sure that you're getting all the information. So Abby will put that in the comments for you. And again, this event is completely complimentary to you to attend. And again, that's thanks to all of our wonderful hosts, consortium, and very specifically for this one, our travel technology software partners that quite a few of them are already scheduled to speak. So we are very, very excited. Okay, I'm a little bit in shock right now because I'm about to introduce the final host of the week. And we are very excited to introduce Darren Anderson from the Holiday Travel Agent Inc. to round off our host interviews. And he and Holiday Travel Inc. are lucky number 38. So as a reminder, after this interview, we will have our Luminary Awards. So I'll bring the whole team on. So it's going to be a ton of fun. And those are awards that we give out to the host agencies. You'll learn about what those are shortly. And we will have our final 3 edge spots of Host Week. Did I mention that I will be doing also the giveaways during closing? You definitely don't want to miss this. So to our final host interview of the week, Darren and Andrea, I hand the stage over to you.
Well, hello, everybody. My name is Andrea Caulfield. I am Director of Membership Engagement with ASTA, and I am happy to welcome today Darren Anderson with Host Agent USA in partnership with the Holiday Travel Agent. Darren, hello, and how are you today?
Hi, Andrea. I'm really good, thank you.
Excellent. So why don't you just give us a little synopsis about your host agency?
So we are predominantly a cruise business. We over 60,000 cruise offerings that we offer. We decided to go into host agency to get more people on board. I started in the travel industry about 6 years ago when I was struggling to find cruise or providers that actually offered a safe space for the cruise industry. So, for example, people that would deal with disabilities or LGBTQ, or for older people to get to as a concierge service. So we don't just offer a cruise. We don't just go, there's your cruise, see you later. We actually, from start to finish, we will engage with the customer at every step of the way. And I found that a lot of host agents, they have their goods and their bads. So I want to bring a different approach, a supportive to the agents, but also to the customers as well.
Perfect.
And different as well, because a lot of people like the British accent.
Oh, well, that's very true. That's very true. So actually, that leads me perfectly into my first question today. So as you look ahead to 2026, what do you see as your unfair advantage, one support piece, tool, or relationship you offer at your agency that most hosts don't? And what outcome do you think that will provide and produce for your advisors?
So I'll start with the supportive piece. I know how difficult it is to try and get into the travel industry, knowing where to go, what to do, and having somebody there that can not technically hold your hand, but guide you through what to do, because some agencies charge a lot of money to actually be a new to travel agent. We don't do that. I like to pass my knowledge on to somebody that maybe not as confident to speak to clients, or may not know where to go to get customers. The other thing is we're available 24/7. So we have a team here that rotates around the clock. As you can tell, I'm with my British accent. I'm on quite a flexible time for the agency. The relationship with the agent is we're not just going to throw you in at the deep end and go deal with it. We will be an extension of your agency. So you'll set up, you'll become either an affiliate or an independent contractor, and we will guide you through it. We will be there. So if there's an issue that you can't sort of work out, we can do that together as a team, whether that's by email, by video, by email, that sort of thing.
Perfect.
We have an actual, on our website, we have a bookable, an actual, I'm trying to think of what it's called, a customer-facing booking engine. So it just slots into your website and customers can go on there and book. There's quite intensive training on our software, which is Cruise Base. It's a really extensive system. I like it really, really well. I'm trying to think what else there is. There's again, we have a lead generation system where if a lead comes in, we distribute them out fairly, and they're non-chargeable. So that's another one, and it's owned by the agent, not the company.
Perfect. So as we talk a little bit about technology, how is your network embracing technology and AI to make business easier or more fun, let's say, or more efficient for your advisors?
So we're implementing, especially in our CRM system, because we have a separate one ourselves. We're actually implementing a lot of AI. Our website was built via AI. So we're very much AI driven. We can help with that. You don't have to be AI driven. You don't have to like AI. But we found it really, really helpful, because if you don't know a question, you can type it into the AI system and it will give you an answer. It may not be accurate, but it gives you some sort of answer that is there. As you know, AI is only as good as what is put into it, or what is out there. So yeah, we do use AI, but it doesn't stop any of our agents from joining, or they don't have to use it.
Fantastic. So when you think about some of your top advisors, what are some of the most creative and out-of-the-box ways they are generating leads for their individual businesses?
Ooh. Alternative advertising. So, for example, there are a lot of platforms out there that we all know, like your Google, your Facebook, your TikTok, but there are other ways to advertise. So you've got your alternatives, you've got different ones. I'm trying to think of a few. You've got like your Amazons, your Yelps, you've got the programmatic and display. Now, as somebody from Britain, you've got an advantage over in the US with connected TV, which I only came across when I started my American journey, I would say. So that's another one that we had that's an advantage. I'm just trying to think now. There's not a lot that a lot of it's word of mouth. A lot of it is also other networks. So people that maybe have hobbies or other things like that. So I can't think of one mainly off the top of my head. I think everybody's got their own unique way of doing things.
Yeah. And I think a lot of it does come down to that relationship building portion of it, and really, just getting out in your community. And like you said, if they're in a club or a, whatever specialty group, it's just saying, hey, have you ever thought about travel and this and that? So
yeah. I think also, Andrea, what it is it's not what you're selling, it's the person that is selling that. So people trust the agent and the product then follows. So for example, I've got customers that have been with me for 2 or 3 years that will only speak to me, and they won't go anywhere else. That's their that's how they work. But I've got a few others that would just book anyway. So it is a network, but I think also it is to do with how you brand yourself, how you conduct yourself as well. It's trust.
It is, absolutely. That's a huge word, that the consumer is always looking for the trust factor.
Yeah, very much so.
So as we have, thinking about your top advisors, what is one way you're planning to celebrate your advisor wins as we closed out the year?
So we have a structure that we are going to be introducing, where our top 10 advisors will be getting extra incentives. So it could be that we take all 10 on a cruise that they've never been on before, or extra commission. There's a few things in the pipeline. I don't want to go into a lot of it because we may not introduce all of it. So there are incentives out there for our advisors, not just with the cruise lines, but with ourselves as well.
Perfect. So as we come to the end of our little discussion today, I wanted to kind of throw at you a little curveball question. Some people that I've spoken to have found it more difficult than the other questions today. So if your host agency had a mascot, what would it be and why?
Ooh, that's a very difficult one to answer. I'm trying to. That has thrown me for a curveball, to be honest. Yeah, that has. I would say I really, to be honest with you, I'm going for the Phoenix. But I'm also on the fence with it, so I would say either the Phoenix or the Eagle.
Okay.
So it's a hard one. It's a very hard one there, because I couldn't put my finger on it.
Well, we're gonna
throw me for a curveball for that.
I try. I gotta keep you guessing.
Especially at the beginning of the year as well.
Of course. Well, Darren, it has been a pleasure for you to spend a few minutes with me today. I know we have spoken in the past, so it's great to see you face to face for a change. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you, and Happy New Year.
You too. Thank you.
I actually can't believe that that's a wrap on all of the interviews for the week. Welcome back, everyone, to our final sessions. And sorry, Abby's really throwing me off because I can see her backstage, and you'll see why in a moment. And she's dancing for me. This is great. So honestly, I feel like this is the best way to end January. This is the horror team's favorite session of the week. We are a little bit biased because we're the ones hosting it. So it really is the capstone of our week, and Abby's dancing yet again. So if you haven't heard, the Luminary Awards are our best of the best host agencies for the year. These are the engaged hosts who engaged and were responsive with all the host agency reviews, readers, and advisors. So pretty much all of you. We have 5 awards possible, and we'll break down each one for you and unveil the winners. Then we do the big hurrah, that final 5th award, which is the Galaxy Award. And that is for the host agencies that received all 4 of the Luminary Awards. We want every host to be able to participate. So we have different eligibility requirements depending on their size. And I'm not going to bore you with the tiers and requirements. I say tiers, but like the tier levels, not the tiers. But if you're looking for more info on it, visit har.news/best host. And we'll drop that in the comments after, because I've got Abby with me here. So we'll be dropping them in the comments when we're done. What I do love about this year is that so many hosts have won awards. So to me, that's a sign that this amazing and fast growing segment of hosted advisors has a ton of support for you to lean on. Okay, so let's bring the team out because the team looks great. And and there we go. Oh man. Yeah, it's these people and Juan, but Juan won't put himself on screen. This is the team that's been running Host Week for you, Abby. I can't even. I absolutely love it. So we're all going to do the Luminary Awards together as a team. So we created Host Week as they dance and I explain. We created Host Week to help advisors find the host that is perfect for them. But man, we do not envy all of you advisors out there searching for your forever hosts after listening to all of these interviews. The Luminary Awards are a small way for host agency reviews to recognize the most engaged hosts. And fun fact, you can actually see the hosts that won all year long because they have their Luminary badges up on their profiles. Shout out Abby, who actually puts them up on the profiles. So how do you find the Luminary Award winners after this? Head over to our host agency list and look up more filters. And under there, you will find the Luminary Award filter to show you the hosts who have won the Luminary Awards and who have won them and have them under their belt this year. So let's have each of us describe and present one of the awards. So I'm going to kick things off first with the Nebula Award as Abby and Rita prepare to go into space. Okay, so first we have the Nebula Award, and this award is for receiving new reviews on the site over the year. If you see that badge to the left on the profile, and actually if I'm looking at my screen, it'll actually be to the right, it means they are attracting happy new advisors. So Juan, play our little Nebula slideshow. Yeah, we got a little excited for the next set of awards. Rita, fly away with the next one.
Let's go. The HAR Constellation Award is for host agencies who engage on their profiles. They answer your questions, they respond to your reviews, they want you to be as informed as possible. And how do you know? Well, this badge is on their profile.
Constellation slideshow 1, if you please.
When I found out that Dugan's Travels won 3 awards from Host Agency Reviews, I thought, I'm going to need some help announcing this. And I've got a house full of kids, so this should be easy to do.
Turns out everyone else was busy, except Shiloh, Biscuit, and Finn. I did have to resort to bribing them, though, with some treats.
But in all seriousness, the people who really came through for us were our agents. Their willingness to give their feedback and their knowledge about Dugan's Travels is the reason we won these 3 awards. We thank them so much for their trust, and we thank Host Agency Reviews for helping people find the right host.
You should have seen our reactions in the background to that video. Because, oh, Jennifer, we love you. She sent that in to us last night. So, oh, thank you so much. She's also one of the giveaway partners, just heads up. All right, Abby, up next.
Okay, next we have the Supernova Award. So sometimes a star gets so big and so bright, it's about to explode. That sums up our Supernova Awards. So the criteria recognize the best host agencies from last year that have a four stars or higher average rating and have received at least 1 new review, usually lots more the previous year. So as Shayna and Rita have mentioned, they'll get a badge on their profile. And so go ahead, Juan, take it away. Let's see who won the Supernova this year.
Oh, I loved it. We're all dancing in the background. So anyways, enough of me. Jenn.
Love it. Well, we love data, like love it. And by now you've probably realized, if the helmets don't give it away, that we are proudly in the Nerd Geek Data Dork Camp. And every year we publish the good stuff from our annual Travel Advisor survey. But here's the thing, that data doesn't magically appear, not even close. A huge part of what makes our report so strong is our host agency and franchise partners. They do the unglamorous behind the scenes work of rallying their ICs to take the survey. And yes, that's a really heavy lift. So the Data Scientist Award is our way of recognizing the agencies and franchises that put in that Herculean effort so that the insights are sharper, the benchmarks are stronger, and the infographics are that much better. So here are the winners of this year's Data Scientist Award. Go ahead, Juan.
Okay, the final award, lucky number 5. And I think Rita's going to go fly away shortly to go on board. Literally. I think she's going to go fly away shortly to get our next EduSpot speakers ready to go. But we're going to head into our Galaxy Award. And we have our winners, and the few agencies that have won this award deserve something a little extra special. The Galaxy Award is for hosts who have gone the extra mile and have received all 4. So every category listed above. We get really excited about the Galaxy Award, and we like to obviously reveal it with fancy winners and space people. So we like to have a lot of fun. This one is a hard one to receive. So if a host has received a Galaxy badge on their profile, you know they mean business. So Juan, for our final video of the Luminaries, can you share the Galaxy slideshow? Oh, that music made me so happy. Even though I've watched the video already, I love it. And please give a shout out to the one and only Abby, who put all of those videos together, who had so much fun with it and did such a beautiful job and chose the music. I think that deserves a huge shout out. Abby, you're awesome. So one of my favorite things about the Luminary Awards, besides choreographing as we get to do as a team, although I think my team forgot to tell me to change my background. That's fine. It's fine. I'm fine with it. Is I think seeing the fun that the hosts get to have with the pictures that they send in to us, the video. I know that I see quite a few of the hosts in the comments right now. So that is just so much fun. And every year it just gets better and better. A huge congratulations from all of us here at HAR for the winners. And if you're watching this and thinking my host is awesome, they should have received one, we totally agree. And they absolutely can. So every host is eligible no matter your size. The contest is available to all the hosts on our site. And after this, we will put the link in the comments for more details on what criteria we use when giving out the Luminary Awards. And like I mentioned, every different size of host, small, medium, large, we have different criteria to keep it as fair across the board as we can. I'm also sure that you've all noticed that Rita is no longer on screen, and that's because she is getting our next EduSpot speaker ready backstage in our virtual backstage. But while she's doing that, before I let Jenn and Abby go, and trust me, I do not want to let them leave me, we always do this every year. We have a tradition here where we put the HAR team in the hot seat to answer the same fun question that we had all of our hosts answer. So we always enjoy hearing from the host agencies and consortia about their mascots, the eagles, dolphins, bees, compasses, and even a wombat. Our team put our heads together and figured out we really only had one option for a mascot. So Abby, take it away.
By the way, Shayna, the reason we didn't have you change your background is because someone has to stay down to earth around here.
Smooth, so smooth.
But on the topic of our mascot, I am happy to announce that it is, yes, an astronaut. Indeed. It's the only thing it could be. And why? Well, when our fearless leader, Steph Lee, founded Host Agency Reviews in 2012, she was heading out to where neither man nor woman had gone before, for real. So many travel agents, whether new or old to the industry, have found it astronomically difficult at times to find in-depth and reliable information about the industry. So Steph took one small step for a person and one giant leap for person kind. She founded Host Agency Reviews. And to this day, we're honored as her team to carry on that tradition. It includes exploration, curiosity, database, and fun-loving hijinks. You know, all of the goofy things they do up there in the International Space Station, the dogs and the storytelling and the funny stunts. Does that sound familiar? Okay, now you know. We don't just help you launch your business blindly either. We try to give you research, testing, and trusted data to rely on before your takeoff. And Host Week has been one of these main ways we accomplish that mission. All that to say, we're super happy and honored you joined us this week to take part in one of our favorite times of year, to infinity and beyond.
Oh, I love it. This has been, if it's cool, I'm going to leave the screen and just leave you two up to finish the day. No.
Jane, I know you're tired, but please.
Honestly, I'm getting like the second wind right now, so we're good. We're doing great. I am sadly going to say goodbye to Abby and Jen. Don't worry, they'll be in the comments, but thank you for joining us. And congratulations again to all of our Luminary Award winners. Okay, we are in the home stretch. So before we get into our final edges spots of the entire event, I was going to say of the day, but it's really of Host Week. I am going to go through our giveaways one more time because we're going to announce the winners right after the edges spots. And then we're going to take a short break with our band before we get into the first one. So as a reminder, our giveaways that are coming up, we have 10 amazing giveaways. Well, actually 11 because Coaching Agents Through Travel is giving us 2. But our amazing giveaways, Coaching Agents Through Travel, we have 2 free 12-month memberships to their network. The Wander Network is giving a free social media session. Dugan's Travels, a Starbucks gift card. Colette Tours, a $1,000 travel voucher. Royal Caribbean, 2 spots on a cruise. There will be 2 different ones to choose from, Bahamas or Alaska. Solstice Collective, a website in a day, $1,500 value on that. Anchor Travel Experts, a one-on-one travel agent efficiency audit for processes. Intrepid Travel, a short break trip valued up to $2,500. Stillwater Safaris, a $500 travel voucher, and Wyndham Grand Rio Mar Rainforest Beach and Golf Resort, a 3-day, 2-night stay. So we're going to announce the winners in just over an hour. So we're going to have a ton of fun, and we will reach out to everybody directly next week on next steps to get in touch with the supplier to redeem your win. Okay, so now we are going to take a quick bathroom break. I know I need it. And we're going to listen to our wonderful band again playing Come Fly Away With Me. And then we're going to head into our edges spots after that. Take it away, Juan.
Come fly with me, come fly, let's fly away. If you can use some exotic booze, there's a bar in far Bombay. Come on and fly with me, let's fly away. Come fly with me, let's float down to Peru. In South Highland, there's a fine jazz band and we'll toot our flutes for you. Come on and fly with me, let's take off in the blue. Once I get you up there, where the air Once I get you up there, where the air is rarefied, we'll just glide, starry-eyed. Once I get you up there, I'll be holding you so very near that you might hear all the angels cheering because we're together. Weather-wise, it's such a lovely day. You just say the word and we'll beat the birds down to Acapulco Bay. It's so perfect for a sunny honeymoon. Oh, babe, come fly with me. Let's fly, let's fly. Pack up and fly away. Everyone deserves a chance to fly.
Hi, everyone. I'm back yet again. I know. I promise there'll be very little of me for the next hour. So we're going to kick things off today with kick our edges spots off. So last section of today with Michael, the CEO of Rogue Expeditions. He is going to share why running vacations is the next big travel trend. As always, drop questions in the comments. If we have time at the end, I'll jump back on with Michael. If not, don't worry, we'll make sure that he gets your questions. So Juan, feel free, take me off the screen, put Michael on, and let's go.
Hey, everybody. Can we see the screen? It says yes, we can. Okay, cool. Hey, everybody, I'm Michael. I am the CEO of this company called Rogue Expeditions. And we produce multi-day running tours. And I think we all know there's 80 million runners in the United States, and we all know one. And we feel like a lot of them run marathons and a lot of them travel to places. And it feels like those two things are very disconnected right now. And for the first time, it feels like in the history of running, has running tourism started to become a thing that people are talking about. And I've been fortunate enough to just be studying the industry for the last 3 or 4 or 5 years. And I think when it comes to being in the host agency and the travel agency world, I think what we're always trying to do is stay on top of trends that we can present a lot of value to our clients. And so I'm going to bring you a little bit of inside what is happening right now in the industry, why it seems to be taking off, what are some other industries that look a lot like it doing, and how it might make sense to take advantage of it for clients. So I don't know if everybody has seen, but just yesterday, TripAdvisor Trends came out with the #1 trends in travel, and the #1, sweatjetting, which is basically Americations or racecations. And so I'm going to start the presentation off just by showing a little bit more about the fact that this is starting to get a lot of coverage. And within the last, I would say like month or so, I think we're seeing a lot of these trend forecasts come out to say that fitness travel, and specifically like the new athletic class of runner, is really driving what used to be just specifically adventure tourism and now is kind of like active tourism. And it's been really common in cycling. It's been kind of a thing in trekking for a period of time being like, 50 or 60 years. And it's never really been something that you'd see a bigger agency or a bigger tour operator present the option for people to go on running trips or trail running vacations. It's a lot of multi-day treks. It's a lot of multi-day cycling trips. Then why is running kind of emerging now as a trend? And then the other thing, I think we all kind of look to Virtuoso as a really interesting place to get data on what solo travelers are doing, what ultra luxe travelers are doing. They came out with their 2026 trend report as well, and they found that about 76% of their clients, specifically on the solo side, were looking for adventure trekking, health and wellness, guided tours, and cultural exploration. And then I think we're also really seeing the affluent customers traveling for health and wellness. We see a lot in longevity and then personal achievement. So these are all really interesting data points pointing to the fact that running vacations are starting to become a thing recognized by the travel industry. And Kentucky actually started their own group trips focused on run clubs and trying to create more accessibility to it. And then Strava, if anybody is familiar or not familiar with Strava, it is an activity tracker. It's the largest one in the world, has 120 million followers. And just this year, they did a partnership with Airbnb to create more accessibility to running vacations. It's kind of called Runcations. And so really in host and travel agent and industry world, I think it's the sort of thing that we won't always present as an option to clients. Or travelers, because we don't really know it's an option. It's not really well understood. We don't really know how exactly to present it to which sort of clients. And that's what I hope to be a resource on for the industry, is just to create more, to destigmatize or to help people uncover a little bit more of whether it makes sense to include and talk about and socialize and kind of bring to their own travelers. Just another data point on stuff that we've already seen in the industry. Active and adventure travel is going to be $2 trillion. It is the fastest growing segment. And I think when I look at comparisons on why, because we probably have a lot of travelers that we see do cycling tours, to the extent that $150 billion in cycling tours are spent per year. And so the question is really, has always been like, why does that happen? And why did running travel lag behind? And what we see is that in cycling tourism, you had this multi-generational accessibility. So you could have an 18-year-old and an 80-year-old on the very same trip if one of them was enabled by an e-bike. Cyclists tend to be really affluent and time-rich consumers. The average cost of a road bike or a triathlon bike is like $5,000 or $6,000. There's a ton of global infrastructure and environmental alignment, and there's a lot of coordination required with shipping a bike internationally, supporting from a logistics and route planning, and especially being there in case of flat tires and hotel check-ins in a different place. And so in a lot of ways, I think we look at the cycling and tourism industry as what was a vertical in adventure travel that evolved a little bit sooner, and then why do we think running is going to catch up a little bit behind this? So I'm here to tell you, 2026, if you keep your eye out for it, like there's this whole thing, it's like a psychological effect. When they say blue cars, all of a sudden you're going to walk outside and every car you're going to see, and you're like, oh my God, there's so many blue cars. I didn't even realize. Now that I'm talking about runcations, running vacations, running tourism, you're going to see it everywhere. And I think there's always a lot of value to being the first person that introduces it to other people. You kind of get to be inside on the trends. And I just want to uncouple the two different experiences that go into a runcation and who they're for and what like the mechanics are of each. Okay, so the first of which is a race-anchored travel. And so what you saw in the first slide when we talked a little bit about the TripAdvisor one, they really highlighted that when people are looking at, if you look at the bottom, major marathons are bringing a tremendous amount of travel and tourism to cities. The Chicago Marathon has grown by 300%, Boston Marathon 250%. That aligns with the personal achievement and sort of thing. That is if I get an entry into a race, I will travel for that race. And the second one is a multi-day trip experience that is provided for runners that is not coupled with any races. And this is one of the bigger growing categories outside of the marathons. And it is one that is not constrained by race entries and can be targeted to like travelers really across the spectrum of affluence, and can also target the adventure travel runner that wants to go to a place like Chamonix or the Dolomites, which we know are growing in popularity. In the last 12 months, this is what's going on in running travel. If we're not paying attention to the New York Times, National Geographic, CNN, Outside, Runner's World, Daily Mail, all are like, people seem to be traveling and running. And that's a crazy thing that has never really happened before. So if you have a friend who is a runner and they're traveling internationally for a run, this is traditionally, they're usually signed up for a race. Those races, the big ones, are called the World Major Marathons. And there's London, New York City, Tokyo, Chicago, Berlin, and I think I said London already. There's one more. And these have been growing at a really crazy volume, to an extent that the London Marathon has almost 1.2 million entries for 50,000 spots. There's two reasons that people realize that this is happening. One of which is you're getting a lot more content creation and brands focused on these space, because this is where a lot of runners go. So then brands activate the impact that they have at these spaces. And when you're on YouTube or any sort of like media platform or Runner's World or any of the places that runners consume content after the fact, all of it is around what the experience was like at the New York City Marathon. And so it draws a tremendous amount of attention to people wanting to run that race. It also has a lot of support and is really unique from an overall perspective. The second thing that you see really catalyzing why people are participating in these races is run clubs. And run clubs have these effect where they really spiked in popularity during the pandemic. And what you'll find is if one person goes into their run club and says they've committed to the Tokyo Marathon or something like that, usually there's a network effect of other people wanting to apply and participate and travel together. So you get this kind of group, they call it a network effect of people wanting to participate in these sorts of races together. The main issue and why travel hasn't really, or travel advisory host agencies haven't really been able to play in this game outside of maybe helping travelers with their flights and accommodations, has been that a lot of the value has been on getting entries, because these races sell out so much and so quickly. The New York City Marathon, of those 50,000 spots, probably has 10 to 15,000 spots that are actually dedicated to the lottery system. Everyone else either has to donate to charity or go through a corporation. And so there's a big chunk of bibs that are given to marathon tour operators who get guaranteed bibs and then package those with hotels. And so traditionally, if you were a travel agency trying to help a runner get into these things, it was most likely they just couldn't get a bib to get entry into these races. So the new frontier, which is the thing that we focus a lot on, are multi-day trips. And that's the idea that somebody could go for 10 days to the Dolomites or Morocco or Patagonia and run generally in the most desirable places across the country. They are guided, they can be private, and they can be self-guided formats. They're incredible for groups. They're really adaptable for flexible distances and paces. And when you participate in a marathon, usually there's pre-marathon anxiety leading into it, and then you run the race, and then you kind of feel achy and, everything kind of coming out of it. And with these multi-day trips, the entire thing is really built as you would for a cycling trip. So it's very heavily culturally based. It is, there's a lot of like immersive experiences, and activity and like adventure travel and personal achievement is incorporated into it. And so when it comes to a better access point for introducing runners to a specific travel trip, and I think the growth that you're really going to see from the industry this year is in this multi-day travel. And then, 2 minutes. So when you look at like the idea of marathon travel, that doesn't always coincide with adventure travel, right? So if you're thinking about the trend lines of people wanting to do adventure travel, they want to do achievement, and they are runners, going to the Chicago Marathon or going to the New York City Marathon doesn't exactly provide you the right product to service that customer. So what you start to see is a lot of times people are familiar with the Tour de Mont Blanc, which is in Chamonix. And what has happened is in the last 10 years, there's been a 109-mile race called the UTMB, the Ultra Tour du Mont Blanc. And it takes the best runners in the world 19 hours to complete, and the not best runners in the world about 30 to 40 hours to complete this single race. And the same way that the Chicago and New York City Marathon had these sort of things where brands show up and athletes show up and spectators show up, it's created a tremendous amount of demand for people to go to the Mont Blanc region and do somewhere between 4 and 10 days around the entire perimeter of the mountain range. We're seeing that the same way that the New York City Marathon, Chicago, Tokyo has attracted a tremendous amount of interest for these demands, that there are these new destination races that are bringing adventure travelers to new locations to want to run over the course of multiple days. It is always really hard to figure out how to do that by yourself because the terrain's super difficult. People are traditionally running or hiking between 1,000 and 3,000 feet a day on 10 miles. And they usually want some sort of support, accommodations, booking, hut to hut. There's like a lot of guidance that actually goes into it. But there's a couple of companies in North America that actually specialize in this type of travel. I'll just say that these are the popular destinations that are this year. You'll see both across any adventure tourism space, but these particularly, because they have massive trail races or destination races, are driving a lot of interest to. So you might hear people being like, they just want to go to the Dolomites. It might be driven by the fact that they watch somebody fast pack or do a multi-day trek or run in the Dolomites that is causing their interest there. And that might be a really good opportunity. Or we're just kind of like, seeing that as a main catalyst for running travel. This is what we do. So we take people to the Atlas Mountains in Morocco. We have trips to the Dolomites, and this other one's in Canada. And generally, these things are hard to put together. It's like 5 or 7 days. You run through the mountains, and you want to focus on it being like a special, unique, private, catered, premium experience for your clients. And that's kind of all the stuff that we focus on. So just to wrap up, there's 80 million runners in the United States. We all know somebody who is doing this stuff. 50 million of those runners participate in races every year. And I was the type of person who I was a runner for 10 years. I ran a bunch of those marathons. I got injured every single time. And I was like, why isn't there something else for me? Why isn't there other people that I can travel with? Why isn't there somebody that I can approach and be like, hey, I just want to go to Japan and can you help me with some of the runs or routes or something there? And I now get approached probably 5 or 6 times a week with people being like, can you just help me figure out how to run in this place safely and where to go and the right places to stay. And in the travel and host agency world at the moment, it feels like something that being on the precipice of knowing that this is a big thing, to know that it is an opportunity for people to do safely. And then it is an opportunity for people to do independently of races if they're injured or they have a non-running spouse or something like that, is a really major trend for people to be on top of. And that's just what I wanted to let people know of today. And I am Michael, and just being helpful. If anybody has any questions about how this stuff works and whether it's the right fit for anybody, and I'm more about the long term of this being something that hopefully gets as big as cycling someday, because I'm a really, really passionate runner, and would love to help anybody with their own stuff or with anything for the host agencies. That's all I got.
We liked it. Well, we've got a couple minutes for some questions before I let you go. Super interesting information. I'm a cycler, so I'm trying to get into running, but I am a cycler at heart, so we're going to work on that. But I do have a few questions from the audience. Sure. And for everyone that's in the comments too, we'll share Michael's email. Good luck to you, Michael. But we'll share his email so you can get in touch and ask more questions, especially because we can't get to all the questions right now. One of them was they're curious about the age range of travelers who participate in these runcations. What do you typically see?
We had somebody celebrate their 84th birthday on a trip in Italy. Yeah. In general, a good tour operator, the way that we would structure it is we have a designated route every day. So it can be up to 10 miles, let's say. And then we have shorter routes that can accompany everybody of different fitness levels. So we're doing a trip in July to Ireland, where somebody who's an active runner signed up, and his wife, a non-runner, is going to walk. And if it is a point to point, she's going to walk halfway, walk back, and then a vehicle is going to take her to the end so that she can have lunch alongside everybody. And a good tour operator will be able to accommodate walkers. We have somebody cycling. We have somebody playing golf every day on one of our trips too. His wife didn't want to travel alone. And so he was like, I'll go with you. I'm going to golf every day. And so he gets to be a part of the tour and do his own thing too. So that is to say, I think most commonly what we see is that the average age range is late 30s to early 60s. Usually there's a performance window where people are like, I'm going to run fast and I'm going to push myself really hard. And then I think after that, what you see is people going, nothing bad about Indianapolis, but like, why would I travel to Indianapolis instead of the Italian Dolomites to go be on a running vacation? And that's usually in the later stage of their running careers.
Yeah, no, honestly, I think that was actually going to be my next question. But we actually have run out of time. So perfect timing was around,
Cool.
if you want to travel with a partner or a friend who is not a runner, can you accommodate? And I think that that's great to know, because I know a lot of cycling trips can accommodate with like a support vehicle, with other things. The fact that you're accommodating though with, okay, you're going to golf or we're going to do another activity, I think is something really special. And everybody in the comments take note of that, because it really shows you that tour operators and certain ones can really be more custom with what they offer. So it's not just the runner, they can come with their partner, their friend, someone else. Michael, awesome. Thank you so much. Super interesting, really hyper niche, which is what we love. We love hearing about and learning about. So thank you for being with us today. We so appreciate you and learning more about running expeditions. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Everybody get in touch if you need it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. That was wonderful. Loved all the love in the comments. And I saw that someone has a client running a half marathon and that you booked the trip for them. So super cool. All right. For everyone who has entered our giveaways, we are now officially closed for entries. Reminder that I will be announcing the winners after the final Edges spot today. So definitely stick around to either hear your name or congratulate our incredible winners. We're going to be picking them through the next Edges spots, doing random selection. So it's going to be a ton of fun. Okay, our next guest really does not need an introduction, but I'm going to make one anyways. And I see her rolling her eyes in the back. She knows she doesn't need one. But she is a horror podcast. I was going to say staple, but I'm going to say legend because that's who she is. And she's been all over your host week. This is Jenn Lee. No, she's not related to Steph, though I think they'd be very happy if they were related.
You know it.
Yeah. She's the incredible president and CMO of Travel Planners International, which is their host division, and Vacation Planners, their franchise division. She's here with a topic that we get asked about all the time, which is building trust when headlines build fear, a travel advisor's strategy. I say, Jenn, take it away, but I think I'm staying on screen with you, right?
You are, Shayna. I mean, I'm sorry. You know what? I get very lonely without you, my friend. I need you there. Hello, everybody. And by the way, my sister is a big time runner. And when I was listening backstage, she would totally go on vacation and find the running club and do all that. So I'm going to turn her on to that. That was very interesting. But we're here to talk about something I'm super passionate about, which is, working with your media for you to become your local expert. And what I'm seeing, this has been going on for a long time, but sometimes what happens is our news stations actually kind of steal our joy, right? Like they're actually stealing our business sometimes with some of their headlines. And so I was thinking about how could I help travel advisors kind of take control of that headline without saying, no, yes, it's safe, no, it's not safe, because that's a word we should never never use as a travel advisor. We learned that during the pandemic. You never use the word safe. You never tell people your opinion on if it feels right, is it the right thing to do? But where can we take control? And so today I'm going to quickly review with you some ways that you can actually be proactive and be that trusted advisor to not just your clients, but also to your local community, so that as you have a strategy now that will help as they start giving these horrible news things. Because quite frankly, guys, that's what it's like on the news. It's bad out there, Bob. It sure is, Rachel. It's really bad. That's all they want to talk about. They want to talk about how bad things are out there. The news is designed for you. They're in the business of grabbing your attention and keeping your attention. That is their design. And so sometimes that negative connotation is the teaser. That's that shocking headline, that shocking comment that happens before they go to commercial break. That's their job. All right. So I'm not going to be mad at them for it, but the news is in the business of keeping your attention. No matter what the opinion is, there's always going to be agreement and adoption. Doesn't matter if you agree with what the news is saying, if you agree with what's happening, if you approve of it, if you don't approve it, there's always going to be adoption. So we can't get away from that. And then number 3, we can't control the headlines. Those of us in the travel industry, travel advisors, really anybody, we cannot control the headlines. Would you agree with those 3 things, Shana?
Oh, beyond. Yep, to all those things. I honestly, I know a lot of people start their day with the news, and I do not. It's just, yes, it feels like they want to grab my attention, and quite frankly,
they're going to suck you in. Their job is to suck the viewer in. Well, I don't watch the news anymore. I figure my husband's going to let me know if we need to pack our car and, get the heck out of town. But for the most part, I don't watch it for that reason. But that's the things that we know. So let me explain the psychology of all of this, because it's really important for people to understand this so that you understand where people are taking action, why they're taking action. So I always get this word heuristics. It's based on heuristics, which is a mental shortcut that people use to make decisions or solve problems quickly and efficiently rather than conducting an exhaustive analysis. The 24/7 news cycle keeps them hooked by design. So basically, clients aren't processing statistics. We as humans do not process statistics. What we're processing is the fear, right? The unknown. And fear is based on what's most memorable and what's most likely. So if there is something, if there's a news story on that says there's a hurricane out in the Gulf, and it's this, and you look at it, and there's just a picture of the hurricane, it looks like it's going to swallow up the entire state of Florida. Like, it looks like Puerto Rico will, and that's not in the Gulf, I know that, people, but if it's out there in whatever that is, the Atlantic Ocean, it looks like it's like the whole island's going to be gone on Tuesday. Mm-hmm. Well, that's because we have to make a quick decision. Our brain is saying, that looks big, that looks real, that must be dangerous, therefore it is dangerous. Where those of us who live in the state of Florida, and anyone who's watching from the state of Florida says, listen, we get this stuff all the time. It's a lot of rain. It's a lot of wind. Yep, on the coast, it can get bad, but it's not so bad for us because we know the facts. So that's what the news is about. Does that make sense, Shana? You were like nodding your head, like they show big drastic riots that are happening out there. People are being, spray painted in Barcelona. And then if they panned out, it's only like 20 people, right? And it was on a Tuesday.
It's the same here. We've been having some big snowstorms here in Toronto, right? And I mean, I'm sure you can see out the window. It's nice and white, finally not snowing, but they're only showing like the 2 or 3 accidents that happened where most of the roads are, from our perspective in Toronto, they're fine. We're used to snow. We all have snow tires. So, but they only show you those 3 bad accidents that happened, right, in the entire city. So,
Well, and if you think about it, this line, clients aren't processing the statistics, they're processing the fear, right? So let's talk about this with regards to the travel advisor and your role in this. I would say raise your hand, but I can't see anybody. But raise your hand to yourself or type into the chat. Have you ever had a client call you and cancel because of something they saw on TV. And I'm going to be real, like, I'm not getting political, I can promise, because it's a very politically charged thing happening right now. But there's a lot of headlines out there that's saying Europeans do not like Americans and they don't want us to come over. That's actually not a true statement at all. If you go over there, they're saying, we are thinking that you guys don't like us and that you don't want to come over. And it's like, nope, that's not the case at all. We're not processing things on statistics. We're processing based on fear. As a travel advisor, you should not be recommending one way or the other. And I'm going to give you some strategies to help you in managing that relationship with your customer in the most effective way that allows them to kind of calm down a little bit. Or people saying, there might be a government shutdown. I don't think I should spend my money. We have a government shutdown all the time, guys, and they always open it back up. Yes, it might be a little bit of a blip, but quite frankly, it opens back up. But you can't say that to your client. What you want to do is provide some stats and statistics. And I'm going to give you some tips to this, guys. Make sense, Shayna?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm loving this. I'm so ready.
Yeah, because I gotta tell you, I'm seeing travel advisors out there post things that I'm like, you're in the travel business. Why would you post this? Like, you need to get out of the business if you don't believe we should travel. No, there's advisors out there right now that are saying we shouldn't travel. When the Ukraine conflict came out, I'll never forget, ASTA River Cruise Expo was the it was the very first year, and Ukraine was like 700 miles away. And people are like, I can't believe you're traveling. You're going so close to Ukraine. I'm like, it's 700 miles away. And quite frankly, those countries around it are getting the refugees. They need our money. They need our dollars that we're going to be spending. They need our tourism dollars. Do you ask any place in the world that has had some sort of catastrophe of some sort, first thing they say is, please come travel black. Please come to Jamaica. Please come back. Yes, these areas you can't go to, but please come to our country. So what's happening is, and this is, I want you to be proactive as a travel advisor. So I think this is a really timely topic. So here's the things you can do, guys. Don't wait for the phone call from a client, right? So let's just use Jamaica as an example. Jamaica, horrible storms, terrible, terrible, terrible. Definitely a part of Jamaica is devastated. And you've got clients that are either traveling to Jamaica, have talked to you about Jamaica, and maybe they're not in the affected areas. But even if they were, you want to make the proactive call. If you've got someone that says, hey, be on the lookout for something. I think we've always wanted to go to Jamaica. Or maybe you've just quoted somebody for Jamaica. You be proactive and say, hey, listen, let me share with you what the current situation is there. You be the one that's changing the narrative with statistics, guys, with facts. So show current situations, webcams, recent traveler reviews, dive into your advisor community. I know here at TPI, we have 5,700 travel advisors. And when somebody doesn't know what's going on in a particular place, they say, has anyone been there recently? And you'll get answers back. Yep, came back on Tuesday. Here's what the reality is. Look for your local contacts. Obviously, in the proactive approach, anytime you're talking to somebody, always talk about purchasing travel insurance. That conversation should have every single time, because then when something like a hurricane is coming towards something, the client feels okay. They're like, you know what? If it gets canceled, it's no problem. I've got travel insurance, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Work now on your long-term positioning, right? Which is, and I love this idea, create a crisis communication kit. So as we're talking through this, and I'm going to give you a couple more tips, start thinking to yourself, what are the 2, 3, 4, or 5 things I need to be on the lookout for and take action on when something happens in the news, when they say the government is going to shut down? What are the 2, 3, and 4 things that I want to do? That's my communication kit. I know I'm going to talk about it on Facebook. I'm going to say, hey, I've had a lot of people who've asked me about the government shutdown and should they hold off on planning their vacation. The answer is, here's what I would do if I were you, or here's what we know to be true. Maybe it's that you're going to pitch your local media, which I'm a huge believer in. And actually, if you email me at the end of this, I can send a pitch your local media kit that'll walk you step by step how to get on your local news, because they're craving you to be on the news. But create a crisis communication kit, an email that you've got ready to rock and roll to send to your clients, so that when something like this does happen, you're not on the reactive. You've actually got a plan in place. And then here's turn crisis into an opportunity. Fear creates value for savvy travelers. Let them know it. So in other words, if you're posting ahead of time, even someone who hasn't booked with you, but if you're posting ahead of time, hey, I'm paying attention to the headlines, or maybe once a crisis has passed. Let's use Jamaica again. I bet you look for the promotions that are really helping to support and encourage people to visit Jamaica, right? In the areas where they can. So follow those promotions closely and pounce on the opportunity. Hey guys, because Hawaii is back open. Remember the fires in Hawaii and Maui, because of the fires, now they're back. You're paying attention and you're going to be able to provide that for them. Be the expert and call on others. Have an email campaign ready, watch list for openings when things have reopened. I would be proactive and say, hey, I just heard from Sandals. It looks like, and this is not a true statement, so don't quote me, but Sandals, when they're ready to reopen, is probably going to say, hey guys, we're going to start opening for new reservations in 30 days. That's an opportunity for you to pick up the phone, send text messages, do your email marketing to those clients who had asked about a beach vacation or an island vacation and encourage them to book at that time. And then again, pitch your local media. And I wish I had more time. I would tell you how to do it, but I do have a thing for you.
Yeah, I would also add to that too, that, DMOs, so tourism boards, for anyone who's brand new listening, are also your best friends in these situations, right? So many TPI vacation planners, like the consortium as well, all work very closely with your local tourism boards, who can give you real-time information, who can tell, who understand what's going on in their destination, but who can also give you support and help when you're communicating to your clients about what's going on. And tourism boards are countrywide, they are statewide, they are citywide, they are countywide. There are so many. So I'd also add that into, they would be a great support in that regard.
Totally love that you added that, Shana, and you're spot on, because they're the ones that are there, right? They're the ones with the reality. And that is what this is about. Now, let's say you've done all this, but you have somebody calling with a concern. Maybe they want to cancel. And again, your job is not to say, oh, don't worry about it, it's all fine. I repeat, do not do that. Also, don't pick up the phone and proactively call your customers and tell them they should be canceling, which I'm telling you, there's travel advisors out there right now that are kind of promoting that, and I'm shocked. So here's some great power phrases. Take a picture of this, write these down. When somebody calls, you know what? I saw the headlines as well. And here's what I've learned, right? So validate that what their concern is valid, because it is valid. They saw the headlines, and that's key. We saw the headlines as well. But here's what we've actually learned. Given your concern about the hurricane, let me show you something else that offers everything you want without that concern, right? You still want to go on vacation. Maybe it's a particular area of the world or a particular destination or type of travel. I know anytime the cruise industry, something happens with a cruise line, people who don't cruise all start freaking out. Oh my God, is that what? That's not the truth. But you know what? I understand your concern. You said you wanted to spend, 4 days, 5 days together with a family. Let's do something on land this time if you've got that concern. It's no problem. Let's book or move out so many months when things have settled down and see how you feel. And then I understand the headlines are alarming, but here's the full picture from my trusted sources. And quote those trusted sources, like Shana said. Quote those and go back to understanding that crisis communication kit that you kind of put together. Here are the 2, 3, or 4 things that I'm going to have ready to rock and roll. And I would have links to that tourism board. I would have links to when we were in the pandemic. My God, we had links to the CDC and the latest and the greatest. Listen, you're not supposed to be the person to tell them that it's okay or not okay. What your job is, and where your value really comes into play in these kind of critical situations where the headlines are scaring and alarming people, is to be the person with the statistics, and not to play into the fear or to eliminate the fear, because fear is fear. So actually, this is what I thought I had I forgot to put the darn slide in. Well, so I think I'm done I'm not designed for this. I'm in front of people speaker, Shana. You know this about
I know, but you're always on our podcast, and then we get all the love. So like, I mean, you are also a virtual speaker too, but yes, if anyone ever gets to see Jenn in person, it is, and again, I'm using it's badass, really. Take your opportunity to do it, because I promise you will not regret it.
I'll be a travel agent for him in Las Vegas. But listen, go to Legacy Driven, join our Facebook community, because I'm going to post a couple of documents on there on how to pitch your local media, because I really believe what's necessary out there is your local TV news station. Do I have enough time to talk about this for just a minute, Shayna?
You absolutely do. You've got 5 minutes. And also, I just want to double check with this community. Do you have to be a member of TPI or? No.
This has nothing to do with it. It's a passion project. Yeah.
Everyone in the comments, this is open to everyone. Does not matter what host or franchise or consortium you're a member of. So
no, not at all. This is Jenn Lee's passion project, because quite frankly, I've got 10 more years left in this industry. I'm going to turn 70 in 10 years. And I think I might retire by then. I know I look good, right? I look so good.
That is an understatement. Holy my God.
I know. And I don't act 60 either. But it's a passion project that I started a couple of years ago, really because I'm committed to the travel advisor. I'm committed to you building something where there is a legacy. That's why we launched the franchise division. So because there's a lot of people who are building businesses, but they're not building a legacy, and we're helping them with that. But yeah, it's open to everybody. But I just want to kind of say this, guys. Right now, your local TV news station is reporting the news. Okay. And it's all things coming over a ticker thing that tells them, here's everything that's happening. They're looking for local experts to add to that story. They want additional color commentary, and color commentary isn't mean to be fluff, but you can advance the story more than what they're getting on the little ticker machine. And so they're looking right now for travel advisors to speak to whatever it is that's going on, right? So if there's, the government's getting ready to shut down, they're going to want to ask a travel advisor, how is this affecting travel? Are people scared to travel because of long TSA lines? Because that's what happened last time. It was like 42 days, right? Right now, with things that are happening in some of our states, like some of the terrible things that are happening in the streets of our states, there are people thinking, oh my goodness, I don't even want to leave my house, or I don't want to go to another state because what if that's happening in that state? So they're looking for travel advisors to be able to to advance the story with what you see happening. There's travel right now, and I polled our TPI and advisors and our vacation planners franchisees, and I said, hey, are you hearing like things slowing down? Are people canceling? They're like, we've never been busier. And I'm like, good. These are people who haven't turned on the news. We've never been busier. Their sales are through the roof, both cruise and to Europe. Lots of Europe, lots and lots and lots of Europe. And you know why? Because advisors have been to Europe, and they know the Europeans love us Americans. They do. They just want us to be respectful, like we want them to be respectful. So join my legacy-driven Facebook community, and I'll put those little documents up if I can figure out how to do it. If not, I'll send you my email and you can do that. But that's my shtick, Shayna. That's my message today, guys. Turn off the news and just go book another cruise is really what I want to say.
Oh, I love a little rhyming at the end. It also just made me think yesterday, my friend and I just figured out our Europe trip for this year. So we're all still going to Europe. I know that I'm Canadian, but Canadians, Americans, let's, travel and also just show them who we are. And
Shayna, you just brought up a great point. I forgot you're Canadian.
I am.
There was a rumor going around that Canadians didn't like us. Is that a true statement, Shayna?
No.
There was a rumor a year ago. Canadians don't want Americans to come. It's not true. It's not true at all.
It's not true at all. And actually, I just read yesterday that Toronto specifically, so I live in Toronto, had the highest number of tourists here, or the highest number of hotel nights booked last year, so in 2025, than any other year. And the number one country to travel to Canada is the US.
Yes.
Right? So we're getting, and during the World Cup that's coming up, we are absolutely going to get an incredible amount of Americans up in Canada, and vice versa. We're going to get a lot of Canadians down in the US. So no,
Yes.
to say, I think it's so interesting saying that when people said that as a blanket statement, I said, did you talk to two people that maybe don't like?
Where'd you get that from? They watch the news. There's a headline that says Canadians, are mad at Americans because of, tariffs. And it's just not the truth, guys. It's not true. I just cannot express to you. It's just not true. Yes. Are there people that are mad? Of course. Of course. People are mad at people right down the street right now. 3 doors down, we're mad at our neighbor.
I'm mad that we don't have bourbon here anymore. But that's
Shayna, you come to us, baby. We'll get you some bourbon. Don't you worry about that.
I know you. We'll do
a little shop. So do you guys have any questions? You want to challenge me on any of this? I'm happy to use those power phrases again. Write those down. These are great, easy phrases for you to use when you do have someone who's a little upset and they're not sure. And then this proactive approach. Be proactive. Pitch your local media.
Mm-hmm. We love it. And Jen, we love you. Everyone, please go join the Facebook group. You can go directly on Vacation Planners or Travel Planners International directories. They are both up on Host Agency Reviews. And please go ask them questions. They are super quick to the punch to respond. And Jen, absolutely, as always, such a pleasure. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend, and we will definitely have you back very soon.
Thank you very much, Shayna. Thank you, guys. Good to see y'all.
Thank you. Oh man, this is giving me that third, fourth wind on a Friday. This is great. I'm loving this. And I'm just so excited. We have our final EduSpot speaker, and she is absolutely fantastic as well. Before I introduce her, I really can't even believe we're at our final EduSpot of 2026 Host Week. I would love for all of you to take a look. We're going to link in our comments. We have a Host Week magazine, and it is an incredible place to see the whole schedule. But more than anything else, really, there are beautiful articles written by some of the other host agencies, by ourselves. So I believe I have an article in there. Rita wrote one, Jenn wrote one, but we have some from some great host agencies. Definitely worth a read. We also have links to our deals. So everything is kind of confined in that really sweet Host Week magazine. So Abby will link that for you. All right. So we are moving to our final EduSpot of 2026 Host Week. And I cannot think of anyone better to take us home than Connie Miller, the Chief Relationship Officer at Montecito Village Travel. Thinking you've heard from her this week, because you are absolutely 100% correct. She joined us on Wednesday as well for her host interview. So please go back and take a listen. If you are registered, you will get an email after with all the information about what time all the host interviews were, so you can link directly to that time. Okay. Before we head over to Connie, I want to thank our final EduSpot sponsor of the week, The Wander Network. If you didn't get to meet them during their host interview, please go ahead, and also you can jump back to Wednesday so that you can learn more. So here we go. Final EduSpot on From Solo to Soaring, Unlocking Growth Through Advisors. I hand the floor over to Connie.
Hello, everybody. My name is Connie Miller. I'm the CRO for Montecito Village Travel, and today we're going to be talking about building your business through teams. So our agenda today is quite easy. It is identifying your why. If you want to build a team, why do you want to do that? What's your reasoning behind that? We'll talk a little bit about the benefits, the legal considerations, personal and professional considerations, how to find the right partners, what to expect in the way of training, education, and setting expectations, and last but not least, best advice from those that have been there and done that. So what is your why? Obviously, if you're listening to this, you've been thinking about growing your business, adding members to your team, but why do you want to do that? For so many people, the reason is very simple. They want more financial success. They want to build their business and grow it out. Maybe they're tired of going it alone. Maybe that's you. You know, this is such a social environment, working in travel, and yet we are in the trenches every day. And sometimes it feels like we're all alone, right? We've got our clients, but nobody really understands what we're doing. I also find that this industry is really unique in that the sharing of knowledge is just pervasive. Everybody wants to share what they know and help everybody else become better. So many people who build teams do so because they've just really found the success, right? And they want to be able to share it with others. And for others, it might even be creating a succession plan. Maybe they've got a great book of business and they are to the breaking point, right? They don't want to say no to their clients, or maybe they're about ready to retire and they just want to bring it back a little bit. It's a great way to create a succession plan and still take care of their clients, who, let's face it, our clients are our babies. So what are the benefits of building a team? Well, first of all, financial. You know, you're going to have increased revenue without a doubt. Also, you're going to have a stronger professional identity. They say that size matters, and I would say that is true in just about every business. So if you're a team of even 3 or 4 people, that may strike a bell as being a little bit stronger with some of your clients. There's also an opportunity for a shared workload and potential backup for you when you're traveling. And by a shared workload, what I mean is now you have people you can rely on to help you with certain things. It can even be from, as I mentioned before, you're burned out. Maybe you love custom work, and maybe you love working in Europe, FIT itineraries and that type of thing. But your client wants a cruise, and cruises aren't your thing. Maybe you can share that workload with one of your team members who absolutely loves and thrives on teams. It's a win-win for everybody. And then what happens when you yourself are traveling and you need somebody to help a client who's in a pickle at the moment? Having that person as a backup is really, really beneficial. We mentioned before the social part of it, camaraderie, having somebody to share the ups, the downs, and the laughter. We've also found that shared knowledge. So when you have a team, you have a diverse group amount of knowledge, right? And with shared knowledge, you have faster growth. You learn more from a trusted advisor that is working with you as part of your team. Everybody's rowing their boat towards the same direction. A lot of times, too, you earn and gain complementary skill sets. So the biggest one that comes to mind all the time is social media. People either love it or hate it. If you hate it and you bring on a team member who loves it, what could be a better solution, right? And then getting back to succession planning, having a place for your lovely clients that you want to make sure are not left in the lurch if something happens. So now let's talk about everyone's favorite, the legal aspects. Now, I will tell you right up front, I am not an attorney. I don't play one on television, and I am not giving legal advice. You really do need to work with a travel legal specialist in this area. That being said, I can kind of point you a little bit in the right direction as far as the legalities go. First and foremost, if you're currently hosted, you want to make sure that bringing on a sub-agent or an advisor under you is allowed under your current contract. There's no use putting the cart before the horse without checking that first. And then the next thing you need to do is spend some time with your attorney, your tax consultant, and make sure that your business entity is properly created so that you are protected in this situation. And then together, you and your attorney, your tax consultant can determine what the requirements are for an advisor to join your team. Maybe they recommend a background check, which I certainly do. You probably want them to have their own business entity. They should either be an LLC or be incorporated or something along those lines. You'll also want to make sure that they carry their own E&O insurance. And all of this should be done before you even create an agreement, before you extend an agreement. And they'll have some considerations for you as well. One other thing you should look at is check with your state regarding any business operational requirements and licensing. So your tax attorney probably is the best one for that, but just make sure that that is in place and that you're following all legal procedures there. And then you should also know and understand the various state seller of travel laws. These would be California, Hawaii, Washington, and Florida. Your host agency might be able to help you with that as well. But again, just know what those rules and regulations are. And then at that point, you create an agreement with the assistance of your legal counsel. You outline all the terms. You outline how you're going to pay them, You're going to tell them when you're going to pay them, what the expectations are, whether they need to have their own E&O insurance, all of those expectations. And I would also say that your agreement should probably follow the guidelines set forth by your agreement with your host agency if you have one. That way you are making sure that everything is contiguous and works properly. Now, I mentioned a little bit about the fee structure, and I'll just talk a little bit about that here. You can set a fee structure however you want to do it. There are a couple caveats and a couple recommendations on it. First of all, almost everyone I know that has a team member believes that the advisor coming on board should have a little bit of skin in the game. So maybe you have a registration fee. Maybe you require that they take certain classes before starting. We'll talk about that a little bit later, and they have to pay for that. And the reason you want them to have a little skin in the game is the fact that there's a sticky factor. If I'm coming to you and I want to work under you and I want to learn from you, but it's going to cost me X number of dollars to do so, I'm not just going to do it willy-nilly. I'm not going to do it because I think I might like to do this. I will know that I will put a little more consideration into it. And then how much do you pay a team member? Generally, most of the advisors I know that do that have it on a sliding scale, and they take a look at either gross sales, but probably it would be better to look at gross commissions. And then if they're at a certain level of gross commissions, they earn a certain percentage. Once they hit that threshold, they move up to a higher percentage. And the reason I think that this works so well is in the beginning, particularly if they are new to the industry, you are paying them less money for the work because you're going to be helping them along the way. The more proficient they become, the better they become at it, the less work you're doing on it. And it gives them incentive to go ahead and go after those sales. So the other considerations you have, both personal and professional, is let's take a look at your branding. So my first thought when I got into this business was that everybody would want to brand under my brand, right? They would want to say, oh, I want to be part of your group, and I want you to be part of my group, and we're going to do everything the same way. And sometimes this works. There are a lot of pros for this. We have advisors who actually will have a website and then all of their advisors under it. And again, that makes them look bigger, more professional. Sometimes these teams of advisors will all have their own specialty. Maybe one does groups, one does cruises, one does FIT Europe, other does Asia. You can build your business that way if you so desire. But again, you have to have a lot of synergy between the advisors. You also need to make sure that your brand standards are adhered to, and that's going to require some special wording in your agreement. The cons to this is you think you have somebody on board that is like you and wants to do things the way you do, but they don't do the document delivery the way that you do. Maybe they're not as detailed in their vetting process with your clients or with their clients. And sometimes that can create some friction. So just know, do you want your team to look like you, or do you want them to have their own identity? Then there's training. So training is really a huge part of all of this. You're bringing on most likely somebody new or newer to the industry, and there's so much they don't know, and are you prepared to really provide that training? So there are options available to you, but you need to kind of think this through. First of all, the professional associations that are out there, the Travel Institute, ASTA, your consortias like Virtuoso has Travel Basics and the VCTA program. Some people create their own training programs. These are all ways you can get education to your advisors without you yourself having to do it. But you're also going to have to schedule some time with these advisors. You're going to have to set a schedule and set that expectation. I come on under you. We're going to have a 1-hour call every Friday morning at 10 a.m. We will, converse about different products, different problems you might be having, or how to advertise and how to market. The other thing I might do if I were the lead agent bringing on somebody is, I know in my marketplace, I sell a lot of cruises. So I'm going to assign you, if you will, and recommend that you take the different courses that are online for those particular suppliers. So you learn the industry that way. But in every instance, you're going to have to do some hand-holding, you're going to have to do some education, and you're going to have to remind yourself of what were the aha moments you had when you came into the industry? What were the things you didn't know, and help them through that. Another consideration is the team size. A lot of times it's just 2 or 3 individuals. Sometimes it's more. As I mentioned earlier, we have a couple of advisors who've done it different ways. We have one who actually has created an internship program with UGA. So she's working with hospitality students, providing credit hours for these individuals. These individuals are now learning about being a travel advisor. They're learning how to do it. They're learning how to do the research. And if at the end of the internship they like it, they can stay on and become travel advisors. So she's building her team that way. We also have another individual who's building team members it started out, she was really terrific. She started out new to the industry. She brought on, I think it was a college roommate or buddy or friend, and then some family members. And after a while, probably within 4 or 5 years, she had 9 or 10 different advisors working with her. And if you saw them, they were all very like-minded. They looked alike. They worked as a team. They understood one another. They're very, very dynamic. And she decided at that point in time, she wanted to maintain that as a boutique environment. So she wasn't adding any more people. Maybe if the right one came in, she would, but she didn't really want to get that much larger. And yet she loved bringing people into the industry. She loved bringing newer people into the industry. So she started a separate company for new to the industry. They could brand themselves. And so she runs 2 separate companies. So again, she's gone from a very small one-on-one relationship in the beginning to working 2 companies. So kind of be thinking that this is the way these items can roll, and how your team members can morph into a different business for you. You also have to be sure of your time and involvement. There's training, there's mentoring. You've got to be available for when their clients have issues that they don't know how to handle as well. And then the other consideration, and this can be very helpful, is the resources. Will you share a website? Will you share educational opportunities? Will you share a CRM? So that can be very beneficial as well. A lot of our advisor teams will create their own internal chat groups so they can share back and forth. And that works whether they're branded together or they have their own branding on that. So how do you find the right partners? Well, chances are, if you're listening to this webinar, you already have had people approach you. They say, oh, wow, I'd love to do what you do. And maybe you've talked to them. Sometimes they're family members. What I find a lot of times is, if it's a spouse wants to get involved, right? Maybe they don't even want to do the client-facing stuff. They just want to do the back-end stuff. For me, that would be brilliant. I like the front end stuff. I'm not so good with the detail stuff, right? So you know the skill set of the people coming to you, if they're your friends, if they're your family, and sometimes it's even your clients. You know, you've been booking travel for them for years, and they just really have a passion for travel. You probably know them pretty well. And we've had a lot of advisors bring on their clients as advisors under them, and it's worked out really well. And again, in all of these situations, you know the background. Sometimes it's other travel advisors that they've met while traveling, and other times it's through social organizations. It might be sorority or fraternity sisters and brothers, or maybe they belong to Kiwanis or something along those lines. You can also reach out. You can do it through LinkedIn. You can do it through just different sources that way. I think that's a little bit harder because, again, this is all about finding the right balance, the right fit, and the right partner. The best advice from those who have been there and done that: number one, know what you want and structure your business that way based on your why. Okay, always do that. Advisors should have some skin in the game as well. You know, don't let this be, oh, sure, you can come on under me and blah, 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 because that just leads itself to not taking it seriously. And we don't want that to happen, because this is a business. This is your business. You want to have people in it who are also business minded. Have an an out clause in place. The best advice I heard was, if it's not a right fit, get rid of them right away. Maybe you want to, somebody comes on board, I come on board under you, and I think this is exactly what I want to do. And yet I realize now it's a lot of work, but you're my friend. I don't want to tell you I'm failing at this. So in the beginning, just say, at 90 days, we will have a conversation. And if it's not right for you, that's fine. You could say goodbye. If it's not right for me to have you on my team, we'll just part ways as friends, because we need this to be a mutually beneficial fit. The other thing too, and this is kind of a hard one, but you have to be prepared for your own business to drop a bit in the beginning. You will be spending a lot of time with the people that you bring on board, and it will get easier as you bring more people on board. But it is a process, and you are working in your business to build your business. So just expect your own travel business to slide just a little bit. It's really made up in the back end a year down the road or so. I recommend always working with a travel attorney. They will save you so much. They know all the pitfalls. They can just point you in the right direction. And to a fault, everyone has said, don't be afraid to do it. Just do it. Get out there and do it. It's not hard. It's not impossible. The accounting isn't difficult. It's all right there for you. So this is my session on building teams, building your business through teams. I want to thank you for listening to me today. Again, I'm Connie Miller with Montecito Village Travel. My credentials are here on the screen. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you to the best of my ability. So thank you.
Connie, you're always fantastic. And what an amazing, amazing way to end the week. If everyone who is still here could do me a favor, if you haven't already, would you mind giving this video a thumbs up or a like on YouTube? We would love that. I can't believe we did it. It's Friday afternoon, and that's a wrap for today and for Host Week. I mean, hold for 5 minutes. We're going to announce the giveaway winners. But give yourselves a huge pat on the back for making it through Host Week. I know we've had so many regulars throughout the week, and we honestly know this is no small feat, and you have all been such a joy for us to hang out with. So thank you. Mark your calendars for next year, the last full week in January 2026. So the 25th to the 29th in 2027 will be Host Week 2027. We're going to pop up a QR code now for our survey. We would love to hear from you, really for us to help ensure that 2027 is even better for you. We want to know what you liked, what you didn't, anything you would love to see in 2027. We'll link it in the comments as well, but the QR code is up on the screen. Please scan it, and we would love to get your feedback. Thank you so much. Also, a little reminder before I get into the winners, don't worry, very, very soon, that some of the Host Week specials and deals do expire later this month. Many actually expire next week. So make sure to check the blog, check out the Host Week magazine, and the expiration dates so you don't miss out on anything. Speaking of not wanting to miss out, if you do want to get involved in Host Week next year, whether you're an advisor, a public speaker, a host, a consortia, supplier, please drop us a line so that we can start the conversation. You can email hello@hostagencyreviews.com. And we have one last hurrah to do before we ride off into the sunset of the weekend. And it is time for the drawings of our giveaways. I'm not going to lie, we did just draw them. So they've been drawn, but I want to share them all with you. We will introduce you to the company with the giveaways. We will also share in our email with our roundup of times and all of that, all of the giveaway partners so that you can go check them out if you have any interest. All right. If you are ready, I am ready. I am going to share all of the giveaways. Please get excited for everyone. If you're here and you won, get excited. But we are going to, I am going to go through the winners right now. And I'm going to refresh this. Here we go. Okay. So we have the coaching through travel agents. So with Oliver Catt from earlier today, we have 2 free 12-month memberships to their network. Our first winner is Dale Borman. So congratulations, Dale. Our second winner is Willietta Mitchell. We are so excited for you both. We will be in touch with both of you shortly. Then we have the Wander Network social media session, and that winner is Susan Anala. So congratulations. I am so sorry again, too, if I am pronouncing anyone's names incorrectly. I am absolutely trying my best, I promise. Okay, then we have Colette, the $1,000 travel voucher, and I am excited to give that away to Jennifer Richmond. So congratulations, Jennifer, on that. We have our $25 Starbucks gift card from Dugan's Travels. Congratulations to Kimberly Clark, who has won that. Then we have our website in a day from Solstice Collective. Congratulations to Amanda Jones. All right, we've got a big one here. Everyone gets very excited about this one, which is Royal Caribbean. Actually, you know what? No, I'm going to leave that one to last. Never mind. We have the Consortia $25 Starbucks gift card. Thank you for everyone who left a review for the Consortia. So this is from us at Host Agency Reviews. Congratulations to Kayla Burks for your Consortia review. All right, we're getting into some of the big ones. Anchor Travel Experts has a one-on-one travel agency efficiency audit for processes. Congratulations to Lane Bisoho. Congratulations to you. All right, now we've got 4 more left, so don't fret. We are going to start with Still Waters Safaris, $500 travel voucher, and that is going to Rich Farrington. Congratulations to you, Rich. We then have Royal Caribbean, 2 spots on one of their cruises. And that huge congratulations to Kristen Harrion. So we will get in touch with you shortly. All right, 2 more left. Intrepid Travel is giving away a short break trip valued of up to $2,500. And that is going to Carla Brunau. Sorry, I hope I said that correctly. And finally, we have the Wyndham Grand Rio Mar Rainforest Beach and Golf Resort 3-day, 2-night stay. Huge congratulations to Laura Lucan. I am so excited. Congratulations to everyone. Thank you all for entering. I think this year we had by far and away the most giveaways that we've ever had. Oh my God, sorry, I'm looking in all the winners. Oh, yay, there are some of the winners in there. Oh, this is so exciting. Congratulations to everybody. We are so excited for all of you. And with that is a wrap. I want to thank everyone on our team. I want to thank Jenn and Abby and Rita and Juan and our absolute fearless leader, Steph Lee. Host Week would not have been possible without all of them, without all of our partners. And from all of us here at Host Agency Reviews, thank you again for joining us. And we will see you next year for Host Week. Mark your calendars for the last week of January 2027. Thank you. And for the final time, Juan, take it away.